30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Stupid idiot try to rob me. So I walk out of 7-Eleven with my money in my hand like I'm kind of counting it.
Oh, God.
So I'm baiting. I'm baiting them.
Oh, that's what you're doing now?
I come out of the bank with my money in my hand now when I walk up to my truck. Maybe they're waiting in a car going to, snatch an old man. They're going to pick the wrong old man when they grab on to me.
Gene, can we hook
If
a
it
body?
happens to me, it's going to be headlines
Gene, can we
news.
hook a body cam up to you?
No, let's not.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Monday, June 29. Tediaco, courtesy of his. I got some reverb.
You do. Turn Jay off, please. He's not with us. He's having technical difficulties.
Turn the Zoom off?
Yes, sir.
All right. Jay's not with us. Technical difficulties. So I just talked to Jay privately. So it's looking like Macho Man will probably get him hooked up, having technical. We have so much going on. Macho probably needed to get here about 4:30 today. We have the podcasting area to set up. We got Jay to set up. We just got, and I'm still shaking the cobwebs off from this weekend. I should have maybe taken today off.
It's fun times, though.
Great times, a lot of great times. Met a lot of great people talking about the Fort Walton Beach gig. Griffo is so hospitable. Our good friend Bo, what's the guy's name? I forget the guy's name. The salesman he's the salesman for Game Day Men's Health. He left a bottle of champagne in my hotel room.
Oh, yeah.
I think his name's the guy.
Brian?
Brian.
Or is it Brent? I have his.
Brent. I think it was Brent Markwell. And he's the one that paid for our rooms too.
Yes.
Did you get that handled?
Yes, I did.
Let me go to check out. Of course, I don't ever check out. I just walk out.
That's what we thought.
No, Jay might be. Nope. Still got.
No, I'm here.
No, we still got like a background Willie. Mach, you still working on it?
Yeah.
All right. So let me go to check. I left right after the gig. So I was only there Friday night. It was the Holiday Inn right there on the water. Let me really enjoy, well, because he has children or has a child, and the child has to go to the beach.
Your best friend.
Well, we're getting there. It's hot and cold.
Yeah.
But it's 100% better than it was.
Yes.
Like at least when he wants to talk, he'll talk to me. Before, he would just completely avoid me and cry. And so, Jay, know that I'm trying to get you signed up. When Macho Man gives me the all clear, I think we still got a little bit. Yeah, we got a little bit of an echo issue. So I'm sure that Jay and Macho Man are on the phone trying to get that remedied. So I go to check out, Lummy. I only stay there Friday night, and then I just walk out Saturday, go to the event, and then from there leave. But you are the responsible one. You actually went to the desk and checked out, what have you. And then you saw that the credit card that we laid down, me, and then you subsequently, for incidentals, which I didn't have any.
No, neither did I.
Was the one that they charged us.
Yep.
They charged our room. And I told Merch Crick, not only am I not going to get credit with my IHG points, they're going to end up using my credit card to charge the room. And guess what happened?
Exactly that.
They exactly did that.
And that's the reason why I checked out, because it's happened before, and I'm like, I'm not, 2 days later finding this out, and then
what was it? 180 a night, something like that.
Yes.
And so you start to check out, and you're like,
I asked for a receipt,
and
instead of saying 0,
it says three whatever.
It was like 412 or something like that.
412.
Yeah, with taxes. I'm like, whoa, what's this? And she's like, oh, that's the charges for your 2 nights. I go, no. I said, I need to speak to someone
immediately.
Yep, and I got the manager, and then I got Griffo on the phone, and everything got taken care of.
Which was more than I would have just like walked out. Anyway, man, Friday I so erroneously missed Gary Selder, I think it's Selder, and I was wondering like why our PayPal was so high on Friday. I'm like, did I miss something? Well, indeed I did. I thought Gary gave 50, but really he gave 500. So Gary Selder on Friday, a $500 PayPal instead of a $50. I, like a real numbnut, missed it. Sorry, Gary. He emailed the show and was like, hey, bud, not trying to bust balls, and you don't even have to correct it, but I just want to make sure it goes to my BARP total. I was 500, not 50. I'm like, oh, my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry. That email, along with that other whack job, completely emailed us on, I think on Friday.
Oh no, that was Sunday morning.
Oh, Sunday morning.
Yes.
I see it. And I figured you would deal with it. Let's see if Jay's any better or not. Yeah. Jay, you there? Oh, there must be reconnecting right now. And this complete asshole who spends $5 a month subscription on YouTube, or is it $5? Okay, so this guy spends $5 a month on YouTube, and he starts just absolutely. Should I read it, or should I read it?
I mean, it absolutely sounds ridiculous that this guy thinks that we have hacked into YouTube and Google.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah.
This guy. This is the kind of stuff we get.
You want me to forward it back to your email, because I can make it.
I might have it on my email.
Okay.
Let me find it real fast. I like to look at because I looked at it and I'd be like, I think Lummy will probably end up dealing with it.
Oh, I was.
Hold on here. No, this isn't it. This is another guy, John. Let me see here. Show. Here we go. Is this it right here?
It's RVA.
I can't find it.
I just forwarded it back to
my email.
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. And so these are the kind of nut jobs we get on here who spend $5 a month, and like they
and thank you for the $5.
Yeah, thank you for the $5, and thank you for being a subscriber to our YouTube channel, and thank you for that. But you realize that when you're a subscriber to our YouTube channel, that we don't process that. That's processed through YouTube. Okay? And then YouTube gives us our little, I think they keep like 50 cents of it, and then we get it like, $4.50 or something like that as part of our, monthly YouTube money. But we don't have anything to do with it, okay, bud?
Yeah, we can't.
Yes.
We can't charge your credit card.
And it says, subject line: stealing credit card numbers. Yes, I have had to get 3 new debit numbers because the show is finding my new card number and stealing $5 a month. FYI, when you block a member, it allows them to see members-only content for free. Now, on the 26th of June, y'all have found my new credit card number and illegally took $5 from my account. Is $5 worth it? I'm going to call the show on Monday and talk to Bubba one-on-one about this. Imagine others that are going through the same stuff, all because Bubba is broke. Y'all want to battle? Merch on the way. Bubba's broke merch. Stealing people's credit cards. You have zero morals, and that's why Bubba's life is falling apart like it is. And you, Lummy, you've been a tag along giant Mr. Yes Man to Bubba instead of standing up for yourself. I'll be contacting YouTube, my bank, the Better Business Bureau, and the IRS. They definitely know who Mr. Clem is. I'll give you my personal information only when you email me back and say that you're going to stop charging me. Yeah, it's $5, but it's principles. y'all block everyone from commenting when Bubba was on the rag like he is daily. So be ready for a call on Monday so that I can get some answers. Lummy, I guess I looked at it and I'd be like, whatever, Run Rock, whatever the hell you Nun Rock, whatever the hell your name is. See if Jay's there yet. Jay there? Not yet. So, like, buddy, you're spending $5 a month with YouTube. YouTube, that's what your little subscription costs for you to be a member and get some, members only type content, which is what we provide and then be able to chat.
And the reason you can see all our member stuff is because you are a member.
Yeah, the reason why, buddy, you're able to see the member stuff is because you're a member.
You pay for the...
And you pay, that's what your $5 is from. And guess what? I don't have any program that harvests debit card numbers. I don't know why you would call the Better Business Bureau. I don't know why you would say... Hold on. And imagine others that are going through this all because Bubba's broke. You want a battle? Merch on the way. Bubba's broke merch. Stealing people's credit card numbers and debit cards. Zero morals. That's why Bubba's life is falling apart.
How could we steal his credit card information
I don't know,
anyhow?
man. Bro, this isn't like something like you bought some merchandise and Merch Crick every month hit your card for $5 for some nonsense. No. As a matter of fact, I think that anybody that orders anything within our merch department is like, oh my God, you don't understand. Merch Crick will either throw a nice little note in there, or she'll send like 4 or 5 bumper stickers, or a koozie, or some sunglasses, or some kind of knick-knack deal. Right now, she's actually in her little merchandise area. She was there most of the night last night, packing and filling all the Tyler Clem shirts. We just got them on Saturday. Met him at his race and picked up he only had 50 shirts, so I picked up all 50 on Saturday night. Hell, I didn't get home, Lummy, till 2:30 on Saturday night because his race and at Alltech, which was the worst. I'm not going to get into a fellow dirt track.
Crap.
Well, just. Alltech Speedway is part of the Lucas Winter National Super Late Model. There's 3 tracks: Golden Isles, Alltech, and my track. So I'm not going to talk bad about a fellow track, but my Lord, Wendell, why wouldn't you have done something to that track? You knew it was going to rub her down. Why didn't you at least throw some water on her? Or you spent 25 minutes with like some kind of roller device trying to smooth out turn 1 and it end up rutting out anyway. I don't know why you did that. And then I've never been to a racetrack, and I'm not talking bad about the place, but I kind of am. I'm just saying I've never seen a racetrack that didn't have any wreckers.
What?
He didn't have any wreckers.
How do you get cars off?
Well, he uses this one tractor. So if you have multiple cars, you have to take this one tractor, hook the car, take it to the infield, get the other tractor. And why would you start your premier event at 11:30? When people have been there since 6, why wouldn't you start your premiere event as the first feature of the program? I don't know, man. Anyway, Tyler started 9th, got 9th. He had to pull in, get a new tire. So he did as good as he could. But anyway, like this guy here, like this run guy.
Jeff Coy, $10. Bubba steal my money.
Yeah, this Nun, Rocky, whatever the hell his name is. I wish I could get a hold of this dude or identify who he is on chat and block him and just give him his money back and just be like, listen, you know what? If you're going to make these threats that I'm stealing your credit card and that you're going to get a hold of the Better Bureau, whatever, BBB, and the IRS. But you got to call, hello, IRS. Yeah, I just want to let you know, I'm turning in Mr. Clem for $5. Oh, listen, that's the least of our worries. We wish Mr. Clem only owed us $5. No, thank you, buddy.
Well, the only reason I really checked back into him because I thought maybe if it was Bubba Army HQ, because sometimes people get a little confused with it. I wanted to be able to help the guy. Then when he told me it was YouTube, I was like, you know what? Contact the Better Business Bureau because we need to report Google and YouTube that there's a bad guy in the woodpile hacking your system.
Yeah.
He's just...
Jay, you there? No, Jay. Wonder what Macho Man, what type of problem Macho Man's having.
That's not my problem, sir. It's not on my end.
Oh, okay.
Just to inform everybody, let everybody know that. Jay's having problems with his computer, and I can't get into it because it's password protected, so he's on his way here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Thank you for the update.
The Zoom will not recognize his headphones, basically. So we were hearing his speaker feeding back to us.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad to know that he's coming here, but I'm sorry for being such a pain in the ass.
It's a Monday.
Oh, it is a Monday too. Phew. I slept until like noon on Monday, and then I got this new project I'm doing. I got to get with. Should I do a Zoom call with you and Gary, or can you explain to Gary with what I want to do? I think it's pretty simple.
I can definitely explain it to him.
Okay. And what, I just put a bunch in a can?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then just start looking for videos for me.
Yep. No problem.
If you could.
And then we'll just sprinkle them out. We'll tell you, when they're going to kind of drop and
appreciate it. I got 3 break it down Bubbas in the can, or 2.
3. You have 3.
I got 3.
Yeah, one getting released tomorrow.
So anyway, Fort Walton Beach, man. First of all, I just can't say enough good things about Griffo. Griffo was there every step of the way. Anything that we needed, he was there. He just really, really took care of us. Also, Bo Reynolds was from the station, was there as well. The ride was great. Gus and his assistant Lunkhead, they're on top of everything. And of course, Justin Nunley, what a good dude, right? I mean, my God, this guy's got 20 million followers on his various social media platforms. I think he's got 10 million alone on TikTok, 4.5 million on Facebook. He just kills it. He absolutely kills it. I couldn't be any happier for the dude, and you couldn't ask for a more just regular dude. I mean, he's probably doing, I would say conservatively, and I'm not trying to get up in his business, but I would say he's doing $3 million a year from socials. $3 million a year. And you wouldn't think the guy is just a regular dude, kind of guy you'd see, wrenching on his car, or working on his race car, or pulling to your local racetrack on Saturday night. Now that mustache is a little intimidating, is it not?
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Raleigh fingers.
It got his Raleigh fingers kicking, and I think that's that's kind of his new gimmick.
It is. Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Thank you, Iggy, my friend. Again, man, so sorry to Gary Selder for missing his 500 on Friday. It was huge. My bad, buddy, on that. So Lunkhead, and then who also I met and got to spend some time with? Dave, the guy that run. Gus has 2 franchises.
Yeah, Lily. Yeah, David.
Gus has, obviously Emerald Coast Harley Davidson, but he's also got Big Gus Tractors, and Dave runs that for him. And met him and his lovely wife. They listen to the show every day. Great guy. Can't wait to get my Mahindra back on that. The ride was phenomenal. I went live with on Facebook the best I could. My selfie stick that I brought seemed to be working good, so Merch Crick had to hold it with her hand. Probably a lot of wind buffering and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
But let me go live. Everybody loves that, so I did. And then I went live from Tyler's race on Saturday night, his heat, and then his feature I took down just because I was making some editorial comments that I probably should not. You didn't see it, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, good. Because I was making some editorial comments that I felt as if could come back and bite me in the ass.
Yeah, Saturday I was over at the
so what'd you
Saving Abel.
I left right after the bike ride.
Yeah, I hung out and was talking to some different sponsors and some different fans.
So we left, and then is it Marietta?
Esther?
No, off of I-10. There's a town called Marietta. And they had a Ruby Tuesdays, and I was itching.
Oh.
I was itching.
The one along I-10.
Yeah. So do you know what I was itching for? If you go to Ruby.
Salad bar?
Yes. So I was like, man, I haven't had a good salad bar in a long time. Real good one, Yeah. So we stopped by because we had about an hour to burn. So we stopped by there and got a really nice salad bar. Now I've not pooped it out yet though, and I ate a lot of lettuce and a lot of foliage or a lot of fiber or whatever lettuce is called, and I've not pooped it out yet. So I know that I got a big steamer coming. because I've been impacted. I think it's from all the cheese I've been eating. I think that string cheese, I eat like one string cheese in the morning. I think that's packing me up.
But did you put some cheese on your salad at Ruby Tuesdays?
Oh, of course, please. I go salad, cheese, sunflower seeds, eggs, ham, bacon bits, croutons. Then
if you really want
to slather it in French dressing.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll put another little sunflower seed gimmick topper on the deal. And I went through 2 plates of that. So then what'd you do? So Saturday after the ride, give me your chain of events.
Yeah, Saturday we hung out there until probably about
At the dealership?
Yeah, at the dealership, yeah. Just kind of hanging out, talking to different people till about 4:30.
Did the game day health guys swing by?
I did not see them.
All right, I gotta.
Because I was trying to like pop back and forth between some different people.
Right.
And then we just we went and got dinner, and I went over to the block where Saving Abel was performing at 6:00.
How did that end up going?
That went well, and then there was a comedy show right after. I met a pretty.
Did they play their hits, Addicted, and?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they played 2 hours. Met some good guys out there. Some Bubba Army fans. Met a retired chief deputy, Arnold. He was out there. He listens every morning. So he says,
"What's up, Chief Deputy? How are you, my friend?"
Any Iggy's. He does, I guess, a lot for Big Gus, and so he's definitely listens. And Bob Cook and Susan Poitras and Buck were out there.
Oh
Wolf.
Man, Buck's wife looked great.
Yeah, he looks like the typical Harley guy.
Oh yeah, so we were going to our bikes. They went to after the riders meeting. They give you some instructions: stay to the right, never get in the left lane unless the entire group's going to the left lane. They just give you some riding instructions. And so we were walking to our bikes, and thank God to Griffo, we had me that was riding, and then we had Buck that was riding, and then we had Austin Wolf that was riding. And listen, there was nearly 1,000 bikes. So the worst part, and I'm not trying to say anything about the people that are in the last, like 700 to 1,000. But man, when you get back that far, it gets kind of not depressing, but you're like 30 minutes behind the ride. Like when you watched them pull out, how long did it take for all the bikes to pull out? About 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I would say about 20 minutes.
Yeah, so
it just kept coming.
I thank God Griffo and Gus and Dave and Lunkhead and Justin were able to put our Bubba Army riders, which I had 2, Buck and Austin, they got up there in the VIP section. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So they had it like that front little part where I was, and that's where Austin bikes were, and that's where Buck's bike were in that front section there, which means they're VIP, which kicks ass. So they're saying, okay, riders, mount up. So there's this mass exit of everybody having a driver's meeting, and then I see this guy beside me, but I can't. He's kind of in front of me, but he looks like Buck. But Buck looks like about 80% of what all bikers look like.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I was going to go give him a little ass grab, give him a little, a bandit. If I haven't given a bandit in a while, I was going to give him like a ass cheek bandit. And I had to look behind him to make sure it was his large-breasted, hot, F me pump wearing wife, because I was in fear of grabbing like just a regular biker's ass. And can you imagine if I just grabbed a regular biker's ass? Like, that guy probably, decked me. So I had to make sure it was Buck before I gave him a little bam bam. And it was Buck, so I gave him a little bam bam. And I said, hey, Buck, I had to actually size you up to make sure it was you, because you look like about 70% of everybody around here.
He's a really good dude, but listen, if you would have grabbed some random biker's ass, you would have got knocked out, and there would have been just rumors and rumors.
Oh yeah, there would have been. Man, Bubba's
he's kind of grabbing some asses here.
Bubba's a biz-isexual.
Yep, exactly.
Trying to grab men's butts, but does it make me a little bit weird that I want to grab like Buck's butt because he's my buddy? It's like like for instance, when you're on a team and you do something good, a lot of times teammates will give you like a good game and slap you on the ass. Good job.
Of course,
and slap you. It's not a gay thing. It's not like you're trying to grab your teammate's ass. You're just slapping them on the ass, saying good job, good game, good home run, good, so whatever the hell. So, but you wouldn't do that to somebody that wasn't part of your group. Well, Buck's part of my group, so I guess, grabbing his ass isn't that. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be all types of threads. Bubba's gay. Bubba's finally coming out of the closet.
Yeah, Bubba, yeah. Merch Craig was
if I was to come out of the closet, it wouldn't be with Buck. I'll tell you that right now, man. He's too big. If I was to come out of the closet, I think I have to come out of the closet with somebody much smaller than me.
You mean like a real skinny guy?
Yeah, like a Dark Match Steve or something like that.
Oh, really?
Well, just because I'd want to be the bigger. I wanted to be the guy giving the business, not taking the business. And I got to think that the bigger guy gives the business. Don't you think? Just the way two men would match up.
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah.
But
like me and you. If we were to be gay, I think I would have to probably be the wife.
No, you'd mind F me that I would.
Yeah, I would.
Just,
yeah, you'd have to be the wife.
Yeah.
Because I already got you Stockholmed and we're not even having relations.
Exactly.
So if we were to have relations, I'd just Stockholm you further. Well, what company was what barbecue place? What was the name of the barbecue place from Friday? Because my Lord, that was some great barbecue at
Sonny's?
Was that Sonny's?
Yeah, it was Sonny's.
Oh, that was Sonny's?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I thought it was a mom and pop. I didn't know it was a franchise Willie.
They had a mom and pop there Saturday, but the barbecue on Friday was Sonny's.
My God, was it good?
They had to dial it in.
Oh, yeah, the macaroni and cheese and beef, chicken, brisket, and it was awesome. Overall, great time, man, at Emerald Coast Harley Davidson. Did I look okay on my bike?
You looked really good. You look like obviously you knew what you were doing.
I had this guy from Nunley's raced.
Yeah, I heard you had a problem with somebody in the that didn't know what they were doing.
The guy in front of me, and I don't think it was his fault. Let me just say this. It wasn't his fault. It was Lunkhead's fault. Lunkhead kept, when you're riding a motorcycle ride, and there's going to be a large percentage of Bubba Army people here know what I'm talking about, you try to keep a fairly close distance to the bike in front of you. And you kind of stagger it in case he'd lock it up. You got some room to either go one way or the other, but you don't get right on his ass, but you kind of do. And you maybe are you keep a bike distance between you. Well, Lunkhead kept just driving inconsistent, which caused the guy in front of me who was behind Lunkhead, he runs Justin Nunley's Lot Lizard Racing program. I kept cussing him out and even having to honk the horn because he was creating such a distance between him and the guy in front of him that it was, kind of lagging the line up a little bit. I felt bad for the guy behind me. But you got to really pay attention. You really got to be on the clutch, and you really got to be on the front brake.
Well, see, the problem, too, is the guy behind you doesn't know what's going on, so now he's
probably cussing
you
me out.
And then everyone's going, what's going on, and everyone's going to blame you.
He's cussing me out. And I was cussing the guy out in front of me, and really it was Lunkhead's problem. Although Lunkhead, man, he's pretty much put together.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't know that Pete Rose on Growth was that jacked up.
And he knows a lot of people.
He knows everybody. He knows Kevin Green, remember the famous linebacker who died? He knows Jay Cutler. He knows a lot of dudes.
Yeah, that's whose bike he was riding.
Oh, he was driving Jay Cutler's bike.
Your bike was nice pearl white.
Yeah, my bike. His bike was nice too. I think this was the same bike, but now see, my bike was brand new. It had 52 miles on it.
Nice,
and it had a full blown stereo system and the whole 9 yards. But I didn't turn the stereo on because I figured I'd get a copyright strike.
Yeah.
As I was taping live for Facebook. By the way, you can go to our Facebook page, which is at the Bubba Army, and I think the entire ride is posted on there.
Yeah, it is.
And it might be a little bit. It was about an hour long, and it probably gets somewhat monotonous. Merch Crick taped it. We didn't have a selfie stick, but and you're going to probably get a ton of wind buffer. But a lot of people like following around and watching that stuff. Some people don't. But if you like it, it's all on our Facebook. Now, were you live on our Instagram, or you were having connectivity problems?
I popped over to TikTok because TikTok was a lot easier to go live on.
Now, do we have any one canned water? I think we're out.
I ordered more, so we should be having some in the next day.
And then do we have any more Omni drinks at
Oh, of course, yeah, a lot of
Can you give me a couple?
Yes, of course. Any certain flavors?
Well, just the low carb stuff.
Oh, of course.
And I like the Florida. I like the you know which ones I like. Could you do that for me?
Of course.
Appreciate it.
He's a good guy.
Even though he's a...
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?
I can't fucking believe it. I apologize. It's a professional show and I fucked up and I apologize.
Oh, don't worry. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, buddy. Just take your time. We got plenty of not a big deal. Well, guess what? Newsflash. Nobody's perfect, lover. we just need you perfect for tomorrow, cuzzo. That's all I care. That's my.
Chip, hit that thumbs up.
Boring.
People
Stop
cash
worrying about
out.
it, lover. I'll see you when you get here, buddy. All right, buddy. Bye. What's that, Lummy?
Oh, I was just telling chat, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and then don't forget to hit like button. I gave you a couple. I'll put them in the fridge.
Put them in there for me, will you? I'm just gonna drink this one.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
No problem. Should I order? Probably tomorrow. I ordered them.
That's good. That's good. Thanks, buddy.
No problem. Fat pig, 17 months. No, they're not. Fat pig. What's up, Joe? Morning, glow bug.
Glow bug.
Sorry, their G funky bass. Solo Ford, exactly.
Glow bug.
I don't know, he's on the juice there, Sniz. Organic Gene. Morning, Dirt Merchant. Johnny K.
Johnny K, my man.
What's up, Yenzer?
Starting a little slow today, guys. Trying to work the bugs out.
Andy Jacks. Thank you, Jason Norris. 25 on the Cash App. Josie. Get that thumbs up going. Gotta like that micromass. Iggy, did you get your steel supplement?
Iggy, can't you see? Your biceps really intimidate me.
He's getting on the steel supplement. He's gonna get all jacked up.
Oh shit.
That before. An elected official saying that they are never going to accept a Supreme Court ruling. That's Mamdani.
Well, I mean, people might remember just in the spring of 2025, now there were a lot of people that were convinced that we were in the middle of a constitution crisis, and I described to the media.
Senator
Sorry, Joe, I can't even get in there.
Hey, it's Bubba. Big Gus has already found all the salespeople he needs. He's already found the technicians he needs. Now he just needs you to come by your Mahindra, your Coyote, your Skag, your Steel. It doesn't matter. They got it. Tractor packages, zero-turn bundles, financing, parts. And it's all located at 1490 US 98 West, Mary Esther. More information, you can always go to BigGusTractor.com. Tell the Bubba Army.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
By the way, for anybody that's having difficulties on your $5 a month subscription with YouTube, please contact your Better Business Bureau and write me an absolute just hate-filled note. And then make sure you turn me into the IRS, too, because they're going to really want to get that additional $5 out of me. And then we are harvesting, what are we, some kind of fraudulent kind of deal where we're harvesting credit card numbers?
Yes, we're able to figure out their brand new numbers that they just got from the bank,
Yeah,
too.
so the brand new credit card number that you get from the bank that's in your mailbox currently that nobody in the world knows your number, we somehow have a program that can tell us the numbers of credit cards that haven't even been issued to you yet. Like, is the guy like retarded? Like, does he have so much hate in his heart that when he writes this really disparaging, mean-spirited email to us, that he thinks that he's getting us? Like, does he really truly believe that we have all three of his brand new debit cards and we're running a credit card harvesting farm here and that we're continuing to ding his credit card for $5 a month and he's not getting the services that he supposedly is getting, and he needs to turn this into the Better Business Bureau and IRS?
I just wish
I don't know what he's thinking.
Well, that's the thing is,
by the way, you're a big fat yes man's all you are.
Oh, I know that, of course, yeah. And I mean, I just wish, I'm reading it, and I'm like, I just wish that he would use some common sense a little bit and think, maybe I have auto renew on, and maybe I don't put my credit card information into Google. Maybe I should do these different things and not just blame Bubba's website.
Just
that
easier
has
to
an auto
blame me.
renew.
It's just easier to blame me. I'm easier to blame.
Because good luck trying to get a hold of anybody at Google to talk to you about $5.
You can get a hold of us. Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yes, sir.
Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Which, by the way, we need some more pictures. I need pictures. I think Macho might be able to chime in, but are we close to 4 hours yet, Mach? With regards to that would mean that the one picture does not, duplicate over a 4 hour period. Or are we not at 4 hours?
We have 5 45-minute files, so every day I change it to one of the different files. So I don't know how we're seeing the same picture in the same show.
5 40-minute files. Oh, and so you just run one file a day?
Yes.
Well, then you would see the same picture on a day.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Because, I mean, if you just run one file a day, that's 45 minutes that repeats itself, right?
Sure.
No, don't agree with me because I could be very much.
Yes, man,
very much. I could be very much not understanding.
We have 7 breaks, so 7 times 5 is 35 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about total time. You're talking about just the break. Yeah, you're right. We have 5 minutes and 20 seconds times 8.
And I did run the last batch a couple times last week because there were some newer pictures in it. But yes, we do need pictures, please.
Yeah, we need pictures. That's what pics at.
Bubba Army pics at gmail.com.
Yeah. Can we put that? Can we have Gary or Macho put that on the screen? Send your pics.
It does. It goes through once every about 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, during the break we have it on there.
Perfect.
Under the pictures.
What is it? Bubba Army.
Bubba Army pics with an S at gmail.com.
I need to write that down. Let me see. So Bubba Army pics at Gmail.
Yes.
At gmail.com. Okay. Yes. We need your pics. Like when you get some new merch, take a pick of it, or you get a bumper sticker.
I got to be honest, I was very disappointed because after the holidays, we didn't get many holiday picks.
Yeah.
And normally they're on it. The Bubba Army's on it.
Come on, Bubba Army.
Slackers.
Yeah, usually you guys are on it. Usually you guys are up.
And he's on it.
Usually you are, but instead we got a...
Oh, no.
That's what we got. So if you're fat like me, and they're like, hey, do you want to attempt to do the walk along the mist trail in the Yosemite National Park? Do you want to do like it's this very long trail? I don't know how long it is, but to me, when you say, do you want to... Oh, Jay's here.
Yeah, I was going to get him set up.
Dan, Jay, that was quick.
Well,
Hold on. Well, I had my car on cruise control right at the speed limit. Did not drive
6 miles an hour
over the speed limit. So, yeah, man, that was quick, my friend. Welcome.
It's amazing what humility and embarrassment will do for somebody.
Would you stop it? You're making a way big deal. You missed the first segment. Who cares?
Okay.
No big deal.
Well, thank you. I apologize.
Not a big deal at all, my friend. Good having you. Dan has a big-time medical deal that he has to be there super, super early for today.
Yep.
So I knew he was going to miss. And he actually shored up. Jay, I got to tell you, Dan was super responsible. He got a hold of everybody fairly early in the afternoon yesterday just to reiterate that he was not going to be here and that you were going to be via the Enclave. And he was super responsible. So
awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you.
Sorry for letting you down, Dan.
Yeah, you let him down.
I did.
You know what? He's going to be the one that's most mad at you.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Not me.
No, give Dan a little bit, especially, me.
Mach, he seems so low today.
Am I?
He's got to turn his mic a little bit more.
That he didn't have the golden. And he didn't have the golden.
No.
But I don't think.
There?
Yeah, that way better. Yeah, way better. Way better.
I'll make love to the microphone.
Let me. When you mention Yosemite National Park, I automatically think of a lot of rocks, a lot of climbing, a lot of rugged terrain. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I've been there, and it's not the easiest hike.
So, a group of overweight leftist women, I don't know why we have to call them leftists, but maybe that'll come out later, attempt to walk along the mist trail in the Yosemite National Park. It goes exactly the way you think it would go. Now, here's the thing. If you're walking along a trail at the Yosemite National Park and you can't make it, unless you're having like a very much a medical, situation like a heart attack, or you break your leg, or you just cannot physically walk anymore, not because you're out of breath, because at that point you can just sit down, chug a couple things of water, throw some water over your head, and turn around and start navigating yourself back. But if you're of able body and you've not hurt yourself at all, then I would be embarrassed to call medevac to airlift your fat ass out of there when nothing happened. Now listen, you break your leg.
They didn't twist an ankle.
No, they didn't do anything medically. They just were out of breath. Check this out. Hold on.
This is me before hiking the mist trail in Yosemite.
So they identify themselves first, and they're all these big girls. Okay.
Hi, I'm Chelsea. This is me before hiking the mist trail in Yosemite.
Hi, I'm Becky, and this is me before hiking.
I can look at Becky right now and tell you that she can't make it around the block.
No.
Okay?
The mist trail.
And us fat people we know our limitations. Like, I know my limitation. I do.
Yeah, I'm not going to go hike 25 miles today.
No. They said, Bubba, you want to hike? You want to hike? You want to hike 5 miles, 2.5 there and 2.5 back? That's probably about my max.
Sounds like a lot for me.
Yeah, for you, Johnny in shape. Yeah. Which, by the way, too bad. I'm going to wait till tomorrow, and I don't even want to say what I'm going to talk about, Jay. But when I was walking you out on Tuesday, I think it was, you and I had a little conversation about your fitness, and that's all I'm going to say. And I'm gonna bring it on Danny tomorrow during the changeover. Okay, I don't want to give it away now.
Okay,
but I just will tell you this, man, and I don't think Danny's listening. I think he's already pre-surgery. Jay has been have you been consciously training, or are you just got your diet dialed in and nutrition, or have you actually made an effort to start training again?
I made an effort to start training
Okay,
again.
that's all you got to say. And I don't want to say any more. Because I grabbed a hold of him and I was like, holy, because I'm real touchy-feely. Like, I'm always grabbing him. I'm giving him I'm always grabbing Jay's traps and his shoulders and his arms. And last, I'm like, holy crap, Jay. Where'd this core come from?
Usually it's much too hard, but this was perfect.
Oh,
right?
yeah. So I'm going to give Dan a hard. I think Jay's in better shape than Dan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yosemite.
Hi, I'm Sarah. This is me.
Hi, I'm Sarah. Listen, when you got to start
goodness.
with walking sticks, will you look at what the distance of the Yosemite Mist Trail is?
Yeah, I was looking at it, and there's obviously a couple different ones, but it's probably this one, but it says labeled hard. It's 6.7 miles.
Before hiking the Mist Trail.
Hi, this is Christina. This is me before hiking the Mist Trail.
Hi, I'm Katie, and this is me before hiking the Mist Trail at Yosemite.
Hi, I'm Gabby, and this is me before the Mist Trail hike in Yosemite National Park.
I'm Jamie, and this is me before hiking the Mist Trail.
Hi, I'm Cass, and I feel terrific. This is me before the trail.
Oh, I'm Phil. This is me before the Mist Trail.
Hi, I'm Grace, and this is me hiking a trail. Before I hike
I mean, my Lord, I didn't like you
This
can
is
make
me
it
hiking a trail like I've never done it before.
Right. I'll tell you what. Phew. Talk about having a potato-like figure. Did you send me the potential? Did you message me the potential? I don't know if
you're not on Messenger.
Yeah, my Messenger's not on. Let me turn it on real fast, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hold on here. Where's my Trillion Willie? Damn it, where's it at? I can't. Oh, here we go. Boom. All right, let me see. I should. That sounded like I was Richard Dawson from The Price is Right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
trail.
Is Phil the instructor?
I think
'Cause he
Phil
looks
might.
fine.
Yeah, I don't know what Phil is, but he's not.
He's the guy taking all the girls around the farm.
Yeah. Let me.
Phil looks perturbed.
I did it from their actual website, so just
Here we go. This is the plan your trip, the Mist Trail overview. 3 miles around.
That's it.
3 miles around the trip of Verna Fall, 7 miles around trip to the Nevada Fall. If you walk from Curry Village instead of catching a shuttle bus to the trailhead, add an extra 1.5 miles. So it says 1,000 feet. Okay, so time 2 to 8 hours. Does it really tell you how far it is?
No, because it all depends. I mean, all these trails.
It all depends on where you
exactly like
or
what you want to
7.
see.
It could be 3 or 7 or 11 and a half.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jay, those are your options.
Yes.
3, 7, or 11 and a half.
Correct.
So 3, 7, or 11 and a half. So it could be as least as 3. Phil made it to Clark's Point and is stressed the F out. Probably because Phil is having to deal with these big water buffalo and they're bitching and moaning about how much they're already hurting. Grace had heat exhaustion and Phil had to call search and rescue. Now watch this. And they had to helicopter the bitch. Grace hiked to Clark's Point before she had to be airlifted out for signs of a heat stroke.
You got it, Grace.
You got it.
You
Grace.
got it, Grace. Yeah, like she's showing some type of athletic skill set. You know,
being hiked up like a cow from the side of a mountain.
Being hiked up like a cow, and they're saying, "You got it, Grace. You got it." Like Jay, if you had, putting in a good lap, and your spotter got in into your ear and said, "Jay, 2 more corners, buddy, and you're gonna have, you're gonna be P1. You got it, buddy.
No way.
Know your braking points. Know your pickup points.
Yep.
Don't dive in too deep. Watch your ass end. You got it, buddy."
And even more, relevant, the surf trip. If you had a video of Pity and I before the trip, you say, "This is me before the trip." I'd have been sweating my ass off on the Peloton doing 30 minutes multiple days a week. I was paddling. I was
Instead,
walking.
it showed
I was
you
working
getting
out.
airlift out of the pipe.
Here's me before my trip, Bubba.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah. I mean, So embarrassing. And so here's the deal. Who pays for that?
Oh, the taxpayers do. They should charge her.
Yeah, so Jay, that wasn't just a little Roberts 44.
No.
And I know you know a lot about helicopters due to the fact of one of your most famous cases involved a helicopter. So you know the differences of a Bell Jet Ranger compared to like a Roberts 44.
Yes.
So Jay's actually one of his most famous cases involved a helicopter tragedy. I'm not going to get too far down the road with it. So Jay kind of is familiar with helicopters, and that helicopter that we saw was like a big industrial strength,
Yes. You and I aren't going and buying that to go to Sebring.
No. So what's the cost of that big industrial strength helicopter to lift some big cow out of the woods, take her to wherever? They probably took her to maybe a staging area, and then they transported her in a hospital.
Right. She probably got an ambulance, trip from the low point.
Now, would her insurance cover that? Her insurance, or is that just going to be a tax?
Maybe the ambulance ride, but most people's insurance are not covering a helicopter rescue from the side of a mountain where you put yourself.
Do they try to bill you for it
voluntarily.
though? I mean, when a person gets bay-flighted out under emergency.
For sure they get billed.
Yeah, I mean, that goes
they
there's
get billed
a bill.
for that.
I mean, they try to bill the insurance company, don't they?
But if they don't do it, you're still Bubba Clem's responsible. If Bubba Clem gets in a terrible accident and has a helicopter ride that your insurance isn't picking up for, you are responsible for it.
Now, can you, if you are in a car wreck and they try to bay flight you, can you say no? I'm not getting on a helicopter.
They can override what you want to do.
Right.
They have to do what's in your medical.
So
best
the
interest.
EMTs at this point can say, "Listen, I know you're trying to save $45,000 on this helicopter, buddy, but we feel that you are, it's probably life threatening, right?
Yes.
There's a threshold of where there's probably within the EMT world and this is all about your world too, because you
standard of care.
Well, because you specialize in personal injury and accidents
and medical malpractice, which sometimes happens in the EMS.
Oh yeah, right.
So they have a standard of care.
I looked it up. It looks like, taxpayer dollars, grants, and donations. They do not charge the person involved in the incident.
So over the weekend, the Hogan body cam footage got released, and Court TV had it, and TMZ had it. And I'm going to be honest with you, I watched it. And I really didn't find anything kabuki or anything that looked like we could dive into it. Listen,
we have the whole uncut.
I know, but I watched it all. At least what they released on Thursday or Friday. And I know you've watched it too, because when you had a FOIA request into the Clearwater PD, and so when TMZ and Court TV and NBC and Fox all got their copies, you got a copy too.
Correct.
And you sent that to everybody, I think, Thursday night.
Yes.
And I watched it, and I really, we had bits and pieces of it, and that's kind of just filled in kind of what we didn't have long form wise. But I watched it, and I'm sure you did too. So correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't really see anything in there that we haven't already covered.
Yeah, because they redacted almost all the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
if you
here's the one thing, a couple different things that I don't need to go into the video footage and go too long form on this. I can just pretty much kind of, and with Jay here too, an expert on recreating crime scenes and, more importantly, medical type emergencies and things like that. And help me out, Lemmy, because I think you might know it a little better than me. But I have a couple questions. One, the 911 call from Sky says that he's on the recliner. And then the next one says that he's on the floor. And the nurse, when Sky's on 911, says they can't get him off the recliner. So there's a little bit of a little bit of a hiccup in the fact that they don't ever talk about getting him on the floor. Not that matters.
It didn't seem like anyone was on the same page.
And then the other thing is, the one thing, the big glaring whodunit is, one, and we got this about a month ago, and that is surveillance from the living room surveillance The testimony states that both nurses were in the bathroom getting the bathroom ready for what I'm assuming would be a sponge bath or for Hogan to bathe. He needed assistance at that point, and that causes them to have to prep the bathroom. But they never mention that. You never see them in the footage. They never talk about how they were out of the room and then they reappeared. They were never not out of the room. So, like, that's an inconsistency.
Yes.
So, like, were they in the bathroom? Were they not in the bathroom? And then the other thing is they never addressed going up to Hogan's living quarters and inventory, because I know Hogan. Trust me, I know Hogan. And he kept all of his gimmicks and his steroids and his human growth hormone and all of that. This is when I was close to him. I don't know about modern day. But he kept all of his gimmicks, if you will, not out there in general public in the living room or in the kitchen or anything like that, or even in the bathroom. He always kept those locked up like in a wrestling bag in his bedroom. At this point, his bedroom, I think, was upstairs. I never saw any police report or any audio or video footage of them inventorying what he had.
Well, that's because that's in the confidential part. Because if you look at the checklist, which is what I did, which then I knew it was a big nothing burger, that it's all the good stuff is all confidential. It's all not released. It's all redacted.
And the only thing that I feel that they really just could have shut everybody up with. Everybody. They shut my fat ass up. They shut Brooke up. They shut everybody up had they just done a toxology blood draw at the time of death. Mm-hmm. And I've been told that, that I guess one of the excuses were, well, they don't draw blood from a dead body. I've been told, and Jay, this is right down your alley. I've been told that's horse crap. Like, you can absolutely get body from a dead person.
For sure.
I mean, absolutely.
Fluids are tested all the time from dead people, but also he was in the ER. He was in the EMS. So there's a blood vial somewhere.
Well, not only that, but they have the equipment, and if he had been on the beach and suffered a heart attack on the beach, and the beach EMTs and whatever, I mean, they probably still have the ability to draw blood, but this was in a very controlled atmosphere. It transported by, Clearwater's finest, and then gone to a very accomplished Morton plant ER. They have the ability to get blood all day.
And it may still be there. That's what if I were the med mal lawyer, I'd be looking to try to get any blood sample from anybody that may have taken it before he was deceased.
And here's the deal, though. But the blood is the contributing factor for people like us, and the contributing factor for people like Sky and others who may not want it to get out. That is the key. What was and the amounts of what was in Hogan's body is absolutely very pertinent into potentially what killed him.
Can I ask you a hypothetical?
Please.
Okay. If this had happened in your time of being his friend and you knew about the gimmick bag, wasn't the whole idea that no one's supposed to know about the gimmick bag? And the whole reason of keeping it away was so that it would be private. Yep. And so wouldn't you, as his friend and all those people around him, try to avoid that being any part of his public relations demise? Because
everybody knew, and great titling of it, the gimmick bag. Yes, it was called the gimmick war bag, and everybody that was close to him, from his daughter to his son to me to Brutus, to anybody, knew that if something happened, go get the gimmick bag. Go get the gimmick bag. And Jay, you're exactly right. The reason why it was sequestered and out of sight, out of mind.
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but it's a very accurate one, in my opinion. And so the gimmick bag.
I've had friends with gimmick bags over the years.
Yeah.
Where we have
an underwritten rule,
an underwritten rule, an agreement agreement that, hey, God forbid something ever happens to you,
go get the gimmick bag.
We'll go take care of whatever you need us to take care of. Your gimmick
Just
bag.
call it the gimmick bag.
You're safe. Whatever it is.
So, yeah. And the gimmick bag, Lummy, I don't think was ever found as evidence. And the gimmick bag had all the gimmicks.
Yeah,
all the
it was
gimmicks.
just all his little medicine that was all redacted and all that kind of stuff.
No, that's
what
that's just what they found. That's just what they found.
This also paints a picture of a terribly sick guy. You know, guy who was your friend who was larger than life before the surgery, and so so it wasn't a big whodunit where something suspicious happened. But you know what did happen? He had a routine neck surgery, and just like you and Dan suspected, something terrible happened. He had an adverse event, and after that surgery, he had a long and arduous recovery. And whether or not he was actually recovering or not, it was so bad the morning of his death that he still required 2 people to help him to go to the bathroom. This is, the Hulkster, the one of the persons larger than life in our existence. From my time being a child, the 3 most recognizable people in the world were Gandhi, Muhammad Ali, and Hulk Hogan. Well, those were the 3. You could take those pictures and you could go anywhere in the world and show a picture of this, and they'd be like, Hulk Hogan. And so it's just so terrible, again, that this community, that the medical examiner chose not to answer these questions, because it's of great public importance to us just as for me as a citizen of Tampa Bay. I wanted to know, but you as a dear friend of his, I knew him. I was at one point friends with him and was very candid with him through all the issues with you,
and had given him legal advice before.
I apologized for you to him, which he graciously accepted. I told him before your deposition, I said, I just want you to know you don't have to worry about anything. Bubba's going to tell the truth.
Well, if I may,
remember?
And shut me down, but when you guys were walking into the deposition area where I was already seated, you had a brief conversation with him and just said, I just want to let you know Bubba's going to tell the truth.
100%.
And, I think that does you well by Bubba telling the truth. And
I said, no one's going to lie on you.
And Bubba's
going to
and you
tell
said,
the truth.
and I couldn't talk to him at that point.
You're not allowed to.
Yeah, I'm not allowed
It's
to.
impermissible.
And I said, Jay, if you have an opportunity to speak to Hogan, just tell him how sorry I am. And you did. You're like, Bubba's so sorry. I can, and he's going to do the right thing.
Yep.
And he said, I appreciate that. And listen, I'm not going to say that. So anyway, man, you're right, Jay. I mean, it's
sad. It's really sad.
Somebody went and got the gimmick bag. And the gimmick bag, the stuff that they wrote down that they found wasn't in the gimmick bag. No, they never found the stuff that he had in the gimmick bag.
Maybe that's why they didn't release the in-home surveillance.
Well, here's the thing.
Or even the toxicology. You could come back inconsistently with what's in, his prescribed pills, or say these 10 bottles.
We found 13. No, they found 13.
Okay, so
we found 13, but there's 7 that are running through a system right now that we didn't find. Where
hypothetically.
Are those? Hypothetically, in my opinion, the reason why they didn't do a toxicology report is because what probably killed him was within that would have been discovered during a toxicology report. And then they would have had a disparagement where we rounded up 13 medications, of which they're all in his system, but we have 7 additional that we didn't find bottles or what have you, and some of them aren't even legal. And that's just my opinion. Having spent 13, 14 years as his best friend, he had a gimmick bag that I knew where it was at all times, and I was in no uncertain terms were, hey, brother, if anything ever happens to me, go to the jizz behind the pizzall binball machine to the rizite. Yeah, back in the day, his gimmick bag was behind the pinball machine to the right in the lower cabinet. That's where the gimmick bag was back then. So nobody would have ever been able. Here's the thing, and had the cops invaded Willowdale, they would have never. His first house where I hung out with him, the big one, they would have never found the gimmick bag because it was behind a pinball machine, and you actually had to move the leg of the pinball machine to get into to the area to get it. So there was a gimmick bag removed, in my opinion, and like Jay said, probably those substances would have been detected in a toxicology report, but not rounded up when they did an inventory of potentially what he was taking under a doctor's care.
So, there's a hypothetical where nothing nefarious happens, and there still could be, in my mind, he looked like he's very, very ill. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And
very fragile.
Sometimes, as you saw with my father, this guy living alone, and he's dead in 7 weeks. And the body at that age declines very rapidly. And so, it could be that even if there was a gimmick bag, and even if there was something in the gimmick bag, that didn't have anything to do with his overall demise. Sometimes people just have a very, very difficult time recouping from such a traumatic, lengthy recovery.
Well,
and he had a broken body to begin with.
In conjunction with, they found out stuff that, like Brooke didn't know he had leukemia.
Right.
Brooke didn't know that he had kidney failure. Brooke didn't know. So there were these things that they did find that
contribute.
A lot of people didn't know. A lot of people, including his family, didn't know he had blood leukemia, didn't know that he was in kidney failure, didn't know that he had a port or a pick line for his kidney dialysis I guess he was getting ready to start that. So, when you have that many things going wrong with you,
it makes everything much more difficult to recover from, and that makes taking care of that person even more difficult. So the people that are there doing therapy, you got to deal with ports, and you got to deal with transporting a guy who's literally larger than life. It takes two people just to get a guy like that out of a chair. That's a sick individual. That's a sick person.
And here's the other thing, Jay, is the fact that, a lot of wrestlers, and you go back to Andrew Test Martin, who was under the care of Dr. Fitzgerald, and Brian Adams, who was known as Crush, and there was some of these Tampa-based wrestlers that have died, but a lot of them die of opiate overdose, and it's where your body literally just stops breathing in the middle of the night. Like opiates slow your respiratory system down, and if you take too much, alcohol also kicks it in. But you take too much, you die in the manner of which Hulk died in. Now, I'm not saying that that's the instance here, but what I'm saying is there are signs of that type of how it went down. Sky said on the 911 call or in testimony that 1 minute he's breathing and the next minute he's not. Well, the reason why I think everybody wanted to know, the toxology report is because, there is with regards to opiate abuse, and that's how you die, is you literally there's no warning. You literally it just slows down your breathing and you quietly pass away. It's not a violent deal. You're not grasping for air. And so, the one thing, Lummy, that you brought up that I think is absolutely germane to what potentially they're missing is the fact that why don't we have a report from the night nurses? Yeah. Now, we have a report from the daytime nurses that all start shuffling in there about 7:30, and we all have a report from them, but what about the night nurses and the medication that they gave them? We don't get this. Investigation picks up morning. Well, he may have very well took whatever killed him or whatever ended up being the contributing factor as to why he died might have been ingested the night before.
Since both those nurses both showed up an hour before.
So Jay, if you're on this, if this is your client, one side or the other, you're saying, okay, I thank you for the testimony of the nurses that got there 60 to 90 minutes prior to Terry, dying. But what did Terry ingest, and I need to talk to the night nurses that cared for him. What did they see? What did they administer? What were their signs? What are their testimony? Because you have to, in my opinion, and this is completely your expert, Jay, but you got to unwind this longer than 2 hours prior.
But, you got to look at this two ways. Was this done as a criminal investigation, or was this done as a response to emergency call? It was something done in response to an emergency call.
Yeah.
And when the police came, they weren't necessarily conducting a criminal investigation to determine whether anyone in that house did anything wrong. What they were trying to do is take an inventory and take enough testimony to see what was relevant to the event that happened, which is his collapse and the call to 911 and the EMS trip and the subsequent death. And so, now all these things are relevant to us because we're curious.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a police officer or you're a lead detective on this and you get the call that Hulk Hogan, because the police department were there right when the emergency personnel got there. And as he's en route to the hospital because they got him out of there quickly, and they say that the original nurse wasn't doing the chest compressions correctly, because if you do chest compressions correctly on a guy that size, you end up literally breaking ribs.
Well, they said they broke the ribs.
Well, no. The EMT broke the ribs. The EMT, the guy that's trained and the guy that knows how violent and hard you have to push, broke the ribs once they were en route to the hospital. But for the 30 or 40 minutes that the nurse, the therapist, occupational therapist, the guy that Lummy went on to say that he was listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. But, so what I'm saying is if they're investigating this, Jay, the cops, can they blow a call in? Can the chief of police or a lieutenant or a captain or even a guy that's on boots on the ground and they're trying, can they blow a call into the medical examiner and say, hey, we need a toxology report on this? Because it leads to right to what you were saying is they came in there not with there's a bad guy in the wood pile, something went wrong here. We want to be able to, really, really cross our T's and dot our I's. Can they blow a call into the medical examiner and request an autopsy or toxology, or is medical examiner God and he makes that determination?
No, of course the police can do that. I believe there's no problem with, doesn't have to be the police chief. I think anyone who's there investigating it can say, I think circumstances exist, we should get an autopsy. I can't imagine, based on my conversations with the medical examiner, that they would ever deny that request, because they're like, oh, talk to the police, there's nothing nefarious, and if it's just simple medical malpractice. And so I do want to reiterate, that's not an unusual occurrence. I've had similar discussions with other medical examiners in medical malpractice cases where I had someone die after a surgery at like 32 years old, and they said, oh, well, that's normal. And I said, it's not normal for a 32-year-old to die after surgery, elective surgery. That's not normal. And they refused to do it. And so, I think there's kind of an overlap over what you were able to discover and what happened and whether there's any nefarious action at the end. I think, what the real thing you discovered was that he was sick. There was this big PR thing that, oh, he's fine, he's doing well. And you was like, what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks? We haven't heard from him. You're looking on his beer website. There's nothing being shown. You find out about his transfer. You were right about all of that. And the only thing we don't know now is what effect the medication in his system had on his ultimate demise.
Or what medication he actually had in his body. Not only what was in his body, but what effect did it have, and we'll never know. And that's the one perfect thing that has to be buried in order to be able to not answer those questions, which might not make him look in a favorable light, or it might expose somebody that may have done something nefarious. And again, I'm not saying anything that happened, but we'll never know now, all based on no autopsy. Well, timely autopsy. It's different to do an autopsy once they've embalmed the body. At that point, it's a joke. But, no timely toxology report and no timely autopsy means that we'll never know, Jay. None of that. Not what was in his system, what killed him, what he died of, nothing. I guarantee you this, before I go into words, he didn't die of natural causes. Something led to him to die. Natural causes is when you peacefully pass in your sleep, or you just peacefully pass and there's no contributing factors at all. Your body just times out, you get old, and your old ticker just says, I'm done. That's natural causes from the way I understand it. Natural causes don't involve medication that potentially slows your respiratory rate and or heart down. complications with all the list of big laundry list of everything he had wrong with him. Jay, it would be, any little medication could potentially set off a series of tragic events that could cause him to spiral out of control, because he's suffering from 5 or 6 different physical ailments. And when you combine those with a cocktail of whatever he potentially did, that could cause the spiraling. But again, we'll never know. We'll never know. And I think it's the biggest injustice, because one, we'll never know, and two, potentially somebody got away with something very bad. Don't know that necessarily is the gospel, or you're going to lock it in that somebody, did there's a boogeyman, but we can't ever really say for sure now, can we?
Nope.
No, we can't.
I want you to stay on this channel. More bullying and brutality after this. That's real nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I saw that physic.
Now, Lummy, why did these 3 women kill?
Bad parenting.
No, what did they have? Why were they mad at the mom? Or was it
because at the time last night they didn't have a.
Now, are the mom wasn't the mom of these girls, were they?
No. Yeah, they haven't announced the motive for the attack yet.
Good mic. Thank you. I feel lucky that I'm actually able to use Stan's mic.
Sir, please, I know what you're thinking. Supergirl is not a way to course correct. Superhero movies, times they are a change. Sir, please, I know what you're thinking.
Well done, misogynist. You got what you want this, and the chuds feel sorry to see it. Who's back? So, box office, Luis says. Now, I do feel, Luis, that have came out.
What's up, Dirt Merchant? Jeff Schwartz. How's everybody doing? What's up, Johnny Z. Fraley, Kenny F. and Powers? What's up, everybody? Glenn Longnecker. What's up, Cash? LM Clothes, what up? Trash Guy. It's a tough one, Trash Guy. We had to deal with that with my dad. What up, Happy Jasper? Johnny K. Steel Slinger. Good morning to you. Ziggy. I want to do a bicep off with you, buddy. Not really, but I'm feeling pretty good about myself. What up, Bubba Army for life? 843 operator, good morning. White Iced Tea. Jeff Schwartz, 8900. Brandon Foster, Brooksville,
It
not
is
far from
going to
you.
be a bloodbath
What up,
at
Nick?
DC Studios on Monday morning.
Johnny
because
Rah-Rah, how you
Supergirl
doing?
is a certified flop on its opening weekend.
BBQ
After a
Pitmaster
head
77,
start on
that's
a
new.
early Wednesday
How you
preview,
doing, buddy?
And then a Thursday preview that underdelivered,
Or
that
ma'am?
all rolled into a Friday that underdelivered. It is going to be
Blind Medic, how you doing, buddy? Mike from Mass, Luke Dannison, Jeff Schwartz. What's the matter for you? 250 is a big deal. Big deal, Dirt Merch. I'm going to Jersey for the 4th. I can't wait. It's a great place to do it. Americana at its finest. Love you more, Grouper Lips.
We also demand relief program. Attention to our criteria. Also, my relief program.
Jersey Shore is the bomb for that.
What is there not to like about the show? Bubba the Love Sponge.
You guys are awesome.
And I love the sponge.
The show's cool. It's real, man.
He makes me laugh my ass off every time I listen.
I'm a full truck effect, man, so it gets me through the day all the time.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So let the ribs begin. I gotta take an L on this. The infamous Bubba Army, very expensive podcasting table that I bought when we had the other studio, and the application made more sense. And I was gonna get into or try. I did probably 10 or 12 podcasts from here, maybe more. Yeah. And I've now simplified it. And with the constraints of space, if you will, and trying to get everything involved, not obviously we don't have as much space, but it's far more efficient and looks cleaner with a better presentation in our new studios, to Get Fresh Studios. I am no longer able to use the infamous custom-made Bubba Army podcasting table. I am selling it, Lummy, for $2,000. Really? You're going to probably have to live locally if you want it. It is negotiable a little bit. Here's a video that Merch Crick took of the table. That's up against a wall. And I don't know if the red changes color. I think it might.
I thought it did.
Yeah, and I can't let you take the L on this because I'm the one that actually picked it out.
Yeah,
so it's my fault.
We'll both Mach. I'm the one that loved it too, though.
But
so
yes, the LEDs change color.
Yeah, and it's very well made. It's very heavy. It's going to have to be somebody local that wants it. You could make it a bar. You could whatever you would want. It's going to be that very one of one thing. It may not sell. It may just not sell. I don't know what I'm going to do if I can't sell it.
Can I ask a question?
What?
Is if they wanted to retrofit the middle part, this is Bubba Army, with something else, I mean, could they use it for their own kind of like merch demo? If it's someone who wants to try to use it for a commercial purpose, could it be retrofitted?
Mach, I think you could probably take that, but
the center, like,
yeah,
the chevrons out?
It shows right there where the how they light the Bubba Army part with this door that has, an LED lights behind it. So I'd have to look to see if you could put your own logo in there.
Because then your market's much bigger.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone we might have an interested candidate.
It looks like Diaco Law would fit in there perfectly.
Exactly.
Don't mention it. Yeah, I mean,
I think Morgan would use that for the weekends when they go to the convention centers. You have that thing lit up with Morgan exterior. I mean, come on.
Maybe.
I'm just thinking honestly about how could you sell it if it could be retrofitted. Some people may not want the Bubba Army in their house. Some people may love it and spend extra for that.
It's right outside.
Yeah, we'll go look at it next break.
We can show Jay.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
it's killer looking.
Don't know.
It's super cool.
And again.
I mean, Jay's right on Morgan Exterior. When I go into that Walmart, if that thing's sitting right there when you're walking in with his little pamphlets, I'm going in and grabbing pamphlets.
I want some windows.
Morgan Exterior does have front end cap, so to speak, at Walmart and various places like that where they, when you walk in, they are, they're obviously a contracting firm that you can hire from, building a new kitchen to building a new bathroom to new windows. They do it all. So, and Kurt Morgan has this kind of money to throw around too. Just say it. He might say, "Hey, I need 2 of them.
I need it for race weekend for my merch."
He did really well this weekend. I think Davey got second, and Winchester was winning it, the majority of it, and then I think lap traffic kind of got him a little bit.
Yeah, he got the last of the end of the race. It was where it was lost.
Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. Don't forget the watches, where
those things are awesome.
75% sold out. Oh, I don't think you've seen the video of the manufacturer. So hold on.
Looks like a damn Rolex.
Well, it's actually larger than a Submariner. It's a Submariner is 41
millimeters.
Millimeters, and ours is 42.5.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it has the same weight of a Submariner. You can look at no jeweler marks here.
That's a quality. That thing's awesome.
For $75, it is, and it comes in 2 different. It comes in the
two-tone and the stainless?
Yeah, the stainless and the two-tone.
Look at that thing, man.
And so we're almost sold out of those. And then the tactical bags and other things that we have. I think today she gets the UV, like the UV outdoor worker fisherman shirts.
Oh, those are great.
I think those come today. And I think we're going to put our order in for the hockey jerseys.
Oh, sweet.
So, yeah. So if you like, let me maybe on the break we can go out and see if the Bubba Army logo can be unattached, if you will.
Yeah.
So that
New York Greg is saying it can be.
Oh, it can?
I'm not sure about it. I have to look as well.
Yeah. Well, New York Greg can take a sawzall and cut out with it. So, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. We're also going to look and see if the Bubba Army logo can be taken out of the very expensive podcasting table, and you can put your own logo in there. I didn't even know this is how. Well, I guess I don't think I'm in the DC Comics wheelhouse of promotion, but Supergirl opened up this weekend.
Oh yeah,
is Supergirl kind of a spinoff of Superman?
Yeah.
And she just has Supergirl, powers that she can come in and save the day and beat bad people up and what have you. Was there a famous actress playing Supergirl?
Not that I've heard of her.
Well, it supposedly is one of the biggest DC Comics flops they've ever had. It from what I can read, that needs to gross about $350 million to break even. And I think it took in like $86 million over the first weekend.
It is going to be a bloodbath at DC Studios on Monday morning because Supergirl is a certified flop on its opening weekend. After a head start on a early Wednesday preview and then a Thursday.
Is that Sydney Sweeney?
Looks like her. It's a pretty girl, whoever it is.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney. No, it's not her.
Preview that underdelivered, that all rolled into a Friday that underdelivered, and a Saturday that fell short of expectations. Sunday is looking much, much worse. So again, with a 1 to 2 million margin of error, we are looking at a Sunday box office that comes in anywhere between 10 to $12 million, and it might be less according to some, which
80.
officially puts the film at a box office total for the opening weekend anywhere between 38 to 42 million. Now 38 being the low end, 42 obviously being the high end. Any way you slice this is not good. We are talking about a film that kicked off the year with analysts saying upwards of $1 billion, and some even stating bigger than Spider-Man Brand New Day. At this point, Spider-Man Brand New Day doesn't even have to come out, and it's going to be more profitable.
Yeah, they're saying it's a big flop. Domestic opening $38 million. Global debut $68 million. Ranking second place behind Toy Story 5, which earned $70 million. With a $170 million budget and high marketing costs, the film reportedly needs between $310 and $450 million to break even. The film holds a 56% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. It received a B- cinema score, placing it behind other DC disappointments like The Flash and The Green Lantern. Initial crowds were 50%. Listen to this. Initial crowds, 59% male, leading to concerns that the film failed to attract the target female audience. Yeah, like if you don't have like for instance, Jay, I'm not trying to be creepy, but like this should have been something that like Sage, your daughter, wanted to go to.
Exactly. I was going to say, shocker. Your little girls don't like superheroes.
Yeah, so
my daughter's not reading DC comics, and she's not dealing with these things, and you can't just market a female superhero and think that little 14-year-old girls are then all of a sudden become like comic nerds.
You do have a hit when that little 14-year-old girl wants to go. Like if Sage would have been, wearing you and Candle out this weekend, hey, my friends and I all want to go to Supergirl this Saturday night. Well, then potentially they've marketed it correctly, or it's something that Sage might want to go see,
right?
Which at that point probably would indicate they did what the film intended to do, which would be get a younger female audience to rally behind this chick. Girl power. Girl power.
Didn't work.
Reports suggest the film was trimmed significantly following poor test screenings. Market controversy. Lead actress Miley Alcock. Pre-release interviews were viewed as dismal by some groups.
Divisive.
Oh, divisive. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Even worse.
Yeah. Industry analysts note that that superhero movies no longer drive the box office as consistently as they did pre-pandemic.
You know why? They went woke. My son is anything but a Marvel or DC nerd. But he grew up at a time when there were so many great Robert Downey Jr. Marvel movies. And we watched them all, and then they got noticeably woke. And it became to the point where my son was like, I don't want to see this one. I don't want to see this one. And now there's going to be a new one with Robert Downey Jr. And guess what? Everyone wants to see that one. So it has to do with casting, and it has to do with dialogue and the movie itself. And you can't just cast a pretty woman and say she's a superhero without a good script, a good cast of characters, and a good plot. It's just a crappy movie.
This is the...
She got some big teeth.
I don't think they picked the right female to be the superhero.
Well, why make her a bisexual? Supergirl's bisexual. I mean, just have a regular person, man.
Well, just a regular girl. Gosh. Just a regular girl. And this. Hold on, this is the star of Supergirl, and I think that we can pretty much wade through potentially what happened. They got some buck-toothed bisexual chick on here that I don't know that, again, if Jay's, we have
the demo.
Absolutely the person that would determine whether this movie makes it or not, and that's Jay's 14, soon-to-be 15-year-old daughter. If she would have been wearing her parents out this weekend that her and little girlfriends want to go see Supergirl, maybe you got you a hit.
I would have gone, and then I would have given you a real review.
Right, But Sage didn't mention two things about this.
Nope.
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all. If anything...
Picked the wrong... She's just not attractive.
Well,
she got big butt. She got a bulldog mouth on her.
But we'll see. I don't really know, but... I don't know. I don't know. She'd probably go both ways.
I'd say one more from the red, whatever.
Horrible. Here. Okay. So
look at that dude.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm getting ready to say, you know what? Sage didn't go, but this weirdo I'm getting ready to play did, and that just, I think we just pretty much nailed the marketing issue.
I have many queer friends, so honestly, I'm kind of honored. I'm honored that that's happening, but I think because she doesn't live inside the binary of what we think a woman should be, that is what makes her so special and so exciting.
Or that's why it flopped. because she's not living in the binary of what a normal woman should be, when realistically 14, 15 to 18-year-old normal girls are the ones that you need to be going to this film more than, by the way, it's skewed 59% male. It should skew 59% female.
If you eliminate the Lois Lane and Clark Kent love story, you have a crappy movie.
Yeah.
No one's going to see that movie.
She should have.
I mean, let's eliminate everything about a movie that makes it exciting: the emotional draw, the dialogue, the script,
the romance, romance.
Let's eliminate it all. We don't.
They should have gotten whoever the hottest young it guy is, right?
That would have sold in two.
She fell, and he gets in trouble and is in dire straits, and she comes in and saves the day, and they fall in love, and that's all she wrote. Right?
Yes.
He gets abducted by the bad guy.
Let her save the loser man, whatever.
The bad guy is going to kill this really, hot-looking dude. She's got a little crush on him. She never knew how to approach him because she was shy, and she ends up saving the guy from despair, and then they end up together.
Honored. I'm honored that that's happening, but I think because she doesn't live inside the binary of...
Because DC went woke and had to have this, whatever the hell this monkey mouth looking bitch is. And I think they just wrote a template on what not to do.
I sent you a picture. I know you want to get, but just a picture of what the theater looked like from a fan of ours that went. Oh,
this is a real picture from somebody?
Oh man!
Oh, dude,
is
that real?
Yeah,
that's not real. No, that's real.
This is a guy. AI. This is Bubba Army.
Oh my lord!
That got it to Lummy ASAP, and this is the movie theater.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see one guy.
I see three. I see there's down.
Oh, I see one to the left over there.
Right here.
It's 1, 2, and there's one more to the left,
and then one up to the top.
Right there. Right there.
No, right
in front of that.
Yeah, there's a head.
Right there. That's a head with head. Looks like head
right here.
Yeah.
Which you can't identify what that is.
No.
But this looks like maybe a couple. And this looks like a creepy old dude.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened to Supergirl. That in conjunction with, instead of getting Sage, that 15-year-old Jay's daughter, who's pretty hip on pop culture stuff, and her little girlfriends all wearing their parents out about, we got to see Supergirl. We got to see Supergirl. If we can't go Friday night, we got to go Saturday. Dad, take us immediately, please. And no.
That happened with the Taylor Swift movie.
Well, of course it did. And you know what? Not that they could ever afford her, but I couldn't think of any better character. I mean, can you imagine if Taylor Swift would have been Supergirl? It would have destroyed box.
With Travis Kelce as the guy that needed a little bit of help?
Yes,
I mean, literally.
Yes. I would tell, hey, listen, Taylor, just name your price. Like, just... You made $2 billion on your Eros tour. It's the first tour of a music act to ever gross over $2 billion. Now we can't give that to you, but would you take $1 billion? We'll give you $1 billion. $1 billion to be Supergirl, and that's you're gonna have to pay Travis out of your cut, But we're gonna give you $1 billion. I guarantee you the movie makes $2 billion.
It would be the highest grossing
in the
movie
history
of all times. If she did anything like that.
Oh, and instead, and then Jay, she does the soundtrack too.
Right.
So not only is she but she also does the soundtrack. So maybe we'll pay you $500 million for the movie. Which I think at that point, Jay, will you look up what's the highest paid? What is the single highest paid actor for one particular movie?
Yes.
I think Robert Downey Jr. is on that list
for Iron Man.
Yeah, for the sequel, those sequels.
So instead of getting Jay's daughter and her little 5 girlfriends to go, this is who they got. This is who went to the Supergirl movie. Right here, this guy.
It was Keanu Reeves. He got 156 and 200 million for The Matrix.
So
wow.
So 356 million.
Yes.
You
okay.
baller.
So Jay, Keanu Reeves has made almost, we'll call it 400 million. So you tell Taylor, we'll pay you 500 million, which is the highest of any actor or actress in the history of filmmaking. And we'll give your husband or soon your fiance $50 million. Travis.
And we'll give you a couple points on it.
Well, yeah, you get points. You get points, and if you want to do the soundtrack, that's all gravy for you too, as well. Like, how many albums you're going to sell for that. But instead of getting Sage and her little girlfriends, this is what you got going to the Supergirl movie this weekend.
Hi, Jordan here with Grumpy Dad. Today I am seeing Supergirl, the fan event at Imagine Theaters in Monticello. My second home away from home. But I would like to take a second to show you the merchandise that they have. A logo bucket.
And think how much money the studios had to pay for each one of these pieces of merchandise that, by the way, didn't sell. They got a couple truckloads full of them in the back.
Now, meanwhile, if you made that for Star Wars, they'd sell off the racks.
Yeah, they wouldn't have any. There wouldn't be any left.
What? Bucket. There is yellow and red for whatever suits your taste. But anyway, hope you have a good day. Take care of yourselves. I love you. Bye.
This is all DC Comics needs to see. You know what? There needs to be like a Bud Light blowout, meaning like, remember the person that did the marketing for the Delvin Mayhem, the chick. Mm-hmm. When Bud Light got all the heat with
Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney or whatever the hell. Well, they quickly came in and fired that president of promotion.
Yeah.
And they went and did a 180. And then they got Shane Gillis. Remember, Lummy? They got Shane Gillis, and they went and did the Super Bowl commercial with Tom Brady and
Peyton Manning.
And then they went and actually paid an absorbent amount of money to UFC to have all the ringside logo. And then I even think that they even got a hold of Kid Rock, who was machine gunning Bud Light, and I think they even paid off Kid Rock to get Kid Rock back on Bud Light. DC Comics needs to come back with something.
Marvel supposedly did that, my son said, that they're supposedly coming out with another Marvel movie that's supposed to be non-woke. And
now, what?
I don't know if you've ever watched any of the Deadpool movies. Some of the funniest movies ever.
Oh, yeah, but it's not because it's because of his smart-ass comments.
Yes.
It's because of whatever that actor's name is for Deadpool.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds. It's because not necessarily of the action. It's because of his smart-ass comments while he's messing with the bad guy.
And it's great casting.
Or after he messed with the bad guy. It's his smart-ass. I don't know if it's impromptu or it's even pre-scripted, but it's the writing.
It's brilliant dialogue.
There's only been, 2 Deadpools?
I think they did 3. I think they did one with Wolverine. They did 1, 2, and then a third with Wolverine.
Yes.
All with Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, and the reason I know that's because my son, who's the demographic market, is interested in it.
Right. Meanwhile, your daughter, who's the demographic market for Supergirl, knows nothing.
Is not.
And does not care. It's all in casting.
She likes love movies, by the way. Young girls like romance comedies.
Rom-coms.
Yes, they like funny things. She literally, when I was in Mexico, she texted me, I'm watching The Breakfast Club. Amazing. Notting Hill. She's watching good old movies that we all grew up on that are really fun movies, And so... guess what? In Breakfast Club, there was a little bit of a romantic element to it. The bad boy and the rich girl. I mean, that wasn't really great stuff, but it's like, it was real.
Do you know another movie that young kids like because Larry Plummer's daughter,
I know a few. Which one?
Hold on. This is going to blow your mind. Some of the young kids out there watch Grease.
Yes, Danny's kids loved Grease. Mine didn't. Danny's kids they can recite the whole thing.
Yes.
And I mean, there's a lot of those kind of movies. The Karate Kid.
Yeah.
All the kids love Karate Kid.
Now, can you imagine? I might have gone. You and Candle might have gone. Sage would have definitely gone. Your son probably would have gone. Bella and Nick probably would go. Dan probably wouldn't go because he's living the life of
Danny loves Grease.
Yeah, but hold on. If they had cast Taylor Swift and Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey as Supergirl and her romantic, the guy she has to save, can you imagine?
Danny would do anything his kids asked him.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
Everybody would go.
Or 100%.
Everybody would go.
And you know what the common element of all those movies I just mentioned was? a love story.
Yeah.
Like they said, we're going to eliminate the love story out of it. Eliminate the story.
Instead, DC gets some bulldog mouthed bitch from Great Britain that wants to make Supergirl potentially bi or queer. She doesn't even know what sexuality it is because I don't know the movie plot necessarily had her saving anybody as far as a romantic interest kind of deal. But you put Taylor Swift in there as a superhero and she's saving Travis Kelce from a bad guy. Everybody's watching it. Everybody at this point. So anyway, it's the biggest flop. They're saying the biggest flop in DC's and DC Comics history. Good.
That's big.
It's good. Because when you go woke, you're not going to make no money. Because that's a whole different, that's not, woke is such a minute part of our fabric of America that, well, you know what? America spoke this weekend, and they showed you how woke America really is. Because if America was woke, this movie would have killed it.
You know, until this clip where I heard her say that, I never really thought about how much a romantic interlude is a part of crucial movies.
Well, look at Spider-Man. Spider-Man,
The Godfather, Untouchables, the Goodfellas. They all have Goodfellas. Well, not the Untouchables. Goodfellas. There's the him and Karen. Casino. There's many movies, if not most movies, have some sort of a romantic line within them. Even if it's just romantic tension that never results in anything.
Isn't Deadpool the guy trying to save the damsel in distress?
Yes. He's trying to get back to the future world to find his girl.
Right.
There's always that undertone. And so when you take out the basic, what's the human nature? Is you're taking the fun out of the movie. You're taking the human nature out of the movie. No one wants to go see a movie about some theoretical binary lesbian save the world. No one really cares about the world. You know what I mean? What they'd like to see is, in the original Superman, did most people care that he saved the world or that he got Lois Lane at the end?
He got Lois Lane.
And that's all that anyone cared about.
Well, if you look at what happened with that Snow White movie, that was I think it lost 150 million.
They took the same thing out of it.
Yeah,
no
exactly,
woman needs to be saved by a man being kissing her. Oh, you missed the plot of the thing, man, guys. We're not living in those types of times where we have princes and princesses. I mean, it's a kid's tale, you know.
When we return, how many times are we going to go and have to talk about this? It's almost cringe as to how much we have to talk about this. And guess what? Iran threatens a complete halt to talks after trading strikes with us. There was some shooting. There was some exchange of fire that I think happened on Sunday. Drone attacks. Iran on Sunday launched drone and missile attacks targeting Bahrain and Kuwait in response to U.S. airstrikes that hit the Islamic Republic. And now they're saying there is no ceasefire. It's back to where we always end up being back at. And if this was the first time, the second time, the third, fourth, or maybe even fifth time, but this is like the eighth time. And I think America is losing our patience. And I think that Trump has underestimated the resiliency and the prickness of these people.
Also the lunacy.
And there's a reason why, for 47 years, no president has been able to hold these people down on their word or anything because they're not reasonable people. And I don't know necessarily that Trump's getting any good data back from them. What he might think is, genuine, negotiations and they're going to, uphold their end of the deal. They never do. And in fact, after Trump gets on here and gives us good news and some optimistic news, they get on the next day and say that he's completely wrong. We never said that. So, I think there comes a point where we're so far up the road on this deal now where we have to do the unpopular thing. And that's we have to bomb them now to the point where there's probably going to be a lot of casualties. I don't know of any other way. That or you pull out and look stupid.
No, it's too far down. You can't pull out now.
Mm-mm.
We'll get to that next.
The voice of reason has spoken. More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
at that rate.
How long it took me to get this?
Oh, it's
I
been.
mean, like I listened to.
Hold on.
Remember, I had all the meetings. I had 37 bits. Oh, for sure. There wasn't a single part that we weren't aware of.
And that's not preparable.
No, that's
You know
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying. I don't think
Yeah.
that's recreatable in this
No.
situation.
It's not preparable. It's you have to live it. You have to have lived that.
Exactly. Good morning, everybody, again. Had to go a little TT. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm not trying to be cheesy, but don't you need some sort of a basis, a human tension? I mean, even, what the hell was it? Moonlighting. You know, there was the Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd tension that lasted for all those years, and you just don't get it. Make something funny. Make something interesting. Jeff Ferguson, good morning. Steve the grumpy old man, how you doing, buddy? What's that? Is that true, Berto Perez? What's up, Xerxes? Goodfellas, yes, I'm being real. There was a love story in Goodfellas. You don't remember that between Karen and him? The whole story was, you know, was narrated by him and her. Good to hear. What up, Camper Scott? The Godfather had the romantic tension throughout. I mean, they didn't really like each other, but it was part of it. They loved each other. They ate each other. What's up, Uncle Rucky?
What is your plan? And she dodged and didn't answer. She tweeted that
Scarface too. Way to point it out, Xerxes. Correct. It could be a weird obsession.
Scarface too. Yeah, Scarface as well. A love story. He was in love with her. I mean, it was.
I think that they made a Scarface too.
No,
I was
it's like
wait, what?
there's a weird. There's also the you know Manny falling in love with the sister. I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, and then he shot it. Remember, he killed his sister.
My fellow Americans, I did not cross the Delaware, defeat the British, and help found this great nation so you could pay $250 a month for cable television. Taxation without representation was bad enough, but streaming subscriptions without end, that's tyranny. Sports packages, movie packages, premium channels. Every month another charge attacks your wallet. This Independence Day, declare you're independent. With a box from getabox.com, you buy it once, and that's it. No outrageous cable bills, no endless streaming subscriptions. Just connect it to your Wi-Fi, plug it into your TV, and enjoy thousands of live channels, sports, movies, and entertainment. The Founding Fathers fought for freedom. Now it's your turn to fight for your bank account. Visit getabox.com today. Use promo code BUBBA and save $25.
Declare your independence from outrageous TV bills. Getabox.com, promo code BUBBA.
Yo, we're back.
Oh, gee.
Come on. Don't listen to him. We hate him.
Oh, man, this sucks.
What the?
I'd like to move this thing along.
The Love Sponge. Back, despite overwhelming public disapproval. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
JD Acco in studio. We tried initially at the Conclave, just had technical issues, took him about 18 minutes to get here. By the time we said goodbye and had a stop set, he was here. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you, my friend.
I love being here.
Me too. Iran threatens complete halt to talks after trading strikes with the United States. Washington official says talks to continue. And Jay, you're openly MAGA and support our president, very much so.
I don't know if I call myself MAGA, but I do support the president.
Yeah, and I'm historically more conservative than liberal, but I consider myself kind of in today's world a libertarian. Where, and in fact, I'm thinking about joining the John Morgan Common Law Party. Or is it Common Ground?
Common sense, right?
No, Common Ground.
It's Common Ground.
Common law is when I think you're married, when you're with somebody for like 7 years and you might as well be married to them. But Common Ground. John texted me on Saturday, told me to bounce him a text today when he was at the office and had his calendar in front of him, looking to have him on relatively soon to talk about the new party called Common Ground. But like. I don't think you can put a Republican or a Democratic moniker on anybody and say that I think collectively we are very frustrated at this whole Epic Fury situation. And even if whatever side of the fence you happen to be on presidentially, it's just very frustrating as an American because I think we all want this over. We all want this past us. I think we all would like to have Iran have to be subjected to their uranium stockpile being inspected, and the fact that they don't have the capability of having long-range missiles or nuclear capabilities. I think we want stability in the Middle East. I think that all of us knows that the Strait of Hormuz has to stay open without people collecting tolls. I think we all agree on what our president's trying to get done. But for the 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe 8th, 9th, or 10th time, we have been told one thing by our president, and he potentially probably maybe believes what he's telling us, and then the complete opposite happens, within a day or 2 or 3 of us thinking that we are in good faith negotiations with these people. Then something like this happens and we have a setback, and now it looks like we are not in talks or not in agreement or no ceasefire because we fired on them, they fired back. And I think that this is going to happen until we finally deliver the knockout punch. And I think we have 2 options at this point. I think we can either pull out, but at that point, what were we there for? And did we really, really misjudge or miscalculate this thing that badly where we have to pull out and not get anything done? Or we complete the mission, which I think that's our president's mindset, but it's my opinion and it's open, the floor is open. I don't think that these people are reasonable enough to be able to negotiate in good faith and then, hold them accountable for what we've negotiated.
Well, it's worked in a way that if they can't have nuclear weapons, plus the world has seen how crazy the Iranians are and why they shouldn't have nuclear weapons, because this is what would happen if, or imagine gas prices if the Iranians did have a nuke.
I completely agree that these people should never have a nuke, but I don't know that they're ever going to agree to not have a nuke or let us, have unabated inspection access to their nuclear capabilities. I think that it's just going to be back and forth until we do something different than what we're doing now.
Well, supposedly also, I'm not sure if you heard it or Jay heard it, where I guess these other Arabian, like Oman or UAE or whoever.
Oman, UAE, Bahrain.
They're all making ways to get their oil out with having to use the strait, whether it's a pipeline or using different avenues, so that which is going to weaken Iran even more.
Yeah, and if I may just add to the counter argument, it's not trying to counter program you.
I want any and all opinions about this particular. I laid it out there. Now you guys give me your opinions.
Okay. Well, I think we're just giving counter arguments. Not necessarily counter programming. But first of all, I would just say is like simplifying people into MAGA and not MAGA. I think undermines the process because
Agreed.
I'm not MAGA. You've heard me criticize the president about First Amendment stance. You've heard me criticize the president about his commentary. You've heard me criticize the president about a lot of things.
Agreed.
With all those things said, I still support the president. And I still recognize that for my entire life, Iran has been a nuclear threat. I also recognize that when Obama entered into the agreement with them, they said that they were not going to build any nuclear weapons or any mid-range weapons. We now learn 15 years later, they lied. They had 80% enriched uranium, and they had middle-range missiles that could have hit Europe. Our allies, NATO, we're supposed to defend our allies in NATO. And so we have proven them through this process, like Lummy said, to be liars. We're also proving them to be continued liars. And so rather than Trump engaging in an unending war, everything's a retaliation. They threw 3 little drones up. He blew the crap out of about 10 sites. And so it's like they can lob a couple of drones over the bow of a boat, and they're going to get retaliated immensely. The people, I believe, will eventually not put up with this anymore. There is a huge non-religious secular base of millennials there that don't like what's going on. And so I think the weakening of the Iranian government, the perception around the world should be changing that.
But would you not agree that they lob up a few and then we completely obliterate them is not what they said they were going to do?
100%.
And so like we have to do that in order to, combat what they're doing, and what they're doing is not what they said they were going to do. And so like I feel like they're impossible, and I feel like we have to maybe turn up the offensive to get their attention because they don't respond. Well, they're just not genuine people. And maybe there's a huge contingency of millennial younger people in Iran. Unfortunately, they're being represented by a bunch of just absolutely insane people that don't agree with their ideology. And at the end of the day, might not be what's best for the safety of the other half of people in Iran. And they're going to end up getting hurt if you continue to let these leaders represent you, because these leaders aren't interested in anything peaceful. Because if they were, this would have been resolved 4 agreements ago.
Yeah, but what Lummy said is really one of the most important points, and that is that for the first time in my lifetime, the surrounding Arab countries are with the United States. And they're our allies, and they're refraining from getting involved because they want peace to survive. And so not only do they want the Straits of Hormuz open, they want to have these alternative pipelines so that they can squeeze the economic viability of Iran.
So how much longer does this go,
Saudi,
Jay?
and we have everybody now, and we've never had...
So what ends up being, in your opinion, strictly your opinion, the resolve, and at what time period?
The way it's going, I think it's going to continue to be the ceasefire it's defined as a ceasing in the major munition. I mean the major part of war. And so with all ceasefires, there are shots here, shots there. That's the way it works. And so if nothing else, we have significantly reduced the amount of war that's going on over there. We've also opened the straits. Oil prices have also come down. And so I think that Trump is an economically driven person, and that his carrot is economic well-being for Iran, and that the surrounding countries, Oman, UAE, Saudi, are all in on that process of, okay, we would rather have an economically viable and healthy Iran than one that's in turmoil. And so if they agree to remove the enriched uranium, the nuclear dust, if they agree to these things, then we're going to help them rebuild. That's something that's never, ever existed in my lifetime. And so I think that it's going to take time. It could take, I thought it had to be done by the 4th of July. Never happening. I think it's going to take, it may take 6 months or a year.
Yeah, I'd say 6 months. I think with China now coming into play, because over the weekend, I think they came out and said that, they're not behind Iran, which is closing down the strait, and they say it's illegal and Iran shouldn't do it. So I think with China now coming out more against it, it's going to push it.
And that's never happened.
Exactly. Because I think Iran is starting to leave China. China's going to leave Iran behind. Iran's going to.
They're getting alienated.
Exactly.
You're 100% right by the international community. So it used to be that whenever Iran did something bad, China and Russia came in to save them. So when China's being overtly vocal about they don't like this, by the way, I think 90% of their oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz. They have a real economic reason why they need Iran to shut up and stop. And so when you have China putting pressure on them and the surrounding Gulf countries putting pressure on them, that's what the mainstream media fails to recognize. That's the brilliance of Trump, is that he gets all these players, these regional surrounding players that have never been willing to play with us in a way to try to get Middle East peace.
Brian Kilmeade called it. Yeah. He absolutely called it. That was on the heels of J.D. Vance supposedly going to Switzerland and getting this deal done. And if you remember, Brian Kilmeade's like, there's not going to be any deal done. You cannot get a deal done with these people under this particular mindset. Here is CBS News from yesterday reporting on this topic.
Tonight, the U.S. and Iran are engaged once again in hostilities just 2 weeks into a ceasefire agreement that is supposed to lead to peace. CBS.
And again, the basis of my monologue is just one of frustration, because how many of these? It's almost like the kid that cried wolf so many times. We've cried ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire so many times that I don't think that those words really mean much to us anymore, because there's always a glitch in the ceasefire. I don't know that we've gone a week yet with having and let alone 60 days.
I don't think so.
Aaron Navarro is at the White House with the latest details. Aaron.
Jarika, good evening. President Trump has threatened more military strikes in Iran, while Iran...
And just to let everybody know, that's what I'm for. I'm for really, really pushing the gas on striking these people from the air. I really am. I'm all for telling them we're going to bomb these locations tomorrow and go ahead and put kids and women and children and things like that around these various places of infrastructure that we're going to bomb. That's on you, because we're giving you a 24-hour notice to get those places vacated so that you don't have any casualties, and only the buildings and infrastructure that we want to, destroy are the targets. If you put your children and women there, then that's on you, because we're trying to tell you where we're going to bomb. We're not going to bomb anywhere else. Get them out of there.
Revolutionary Guard warned this weekend that American bases in the region will experience, quote, hell in the coming days.
And here's the thing. When they say this, I mean, literally, it would be like, Sage walking up to you, Jay, and telling you she's going to whip your ass tomorrow at noon. Like,
alrighty then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when Iran tells us, listen, we're just telling you right now. We're just, I think Walker telling the dad, I'm going to kick your ass.
All right, buddy.
Like, okay, buddy. Like, so you got this little pissant of a country that has virtually no, I think they're down to open well, like 36-foot fishing boats with a couple of motors and machine guns on them. Like, that's their Navy. And they're going to tell us that there's going to be hell to pay, and all this wrath on our various Air Force and Army bases if we don't watch out. Listen.
Warned this weekend that American bases in the region will experience, quote, hell in the coming days, and that more ceasefire violations will lead to a complete halt of negotiations. Early today, Iran launched missiles and drones towards U.S. military sites in the region. That prompted warning sirens in Kuwait. Iranian airstrikes also damaged this apartment building in Bahrain. The country is home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. A U.S. official says no casualties were reported. Iran says they retaliated for this latest U.S. strike. Central Command says these included Iranian missile and drone storage locations after Iran targeted ships in the Strait this week. President Trump wrote Saturday...
Again, both of those actions are the furthest from us having an agreement with them and a ceasefire agreement with them. We blow some stuff off. You blow some stuff off. What are we doing here? I'll tell you what we're not doing, is we're not having a ceasefire.
It may come to a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job.
Hold on. That is exactly what I'm for. That's what I'm screaming. There may become a point where we no longer are able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. period, exclamation point. Yep. Let the games begin.
Slowly but surely, Bubba, he's getting the international community to rally around him too. He had the president of NATO in the White House on Friday.
So meanwhile, they'll have one of their stinky bastards tomorrow, read this and be like, Donald, and again poke us in the chest.
Be forced to militarily complete the job. Control of the Strait of Hormuz remains the key point of tension. Washington.
And I don't understand how we couldn't take control by noon today. As many ships and aircraft carriers and destroyers, and just the sheer amount of presence militarily that we have in the strait. Why are we worried about a bunch of little mosquito bites? Why don't we just blow them up?
That does irritate me. I don't know that there's a clear answer of what to do or not to do, but it does irritate me that they continue to allow these persistent little, and I think it's gnats. When you shoot 3 drones and a couple of missiles, is you and I have been talking about this for almost 2 months now, which is if we got rid of 85% of their capabilities, let's light up that 15%.
Right. Why are we letting that?
Why are we letting that 15% linger?
I think that it does a couple things. If we blow up the 15%, then it really, really weakens their ability to be pricks while negotiating, and it will open up. It'll just give us a more subservient,
negotiation table. They're going to be more frightened.
Right.
They have less capabilities.
Along the coast of Oman to allow more traffic. But today, Iran's foreign minister.
All right, so let's see. This is where it always goes south.
Yep, this dude, I can't believe he's still breathing.
Yeah,
Why is he still breathing?
This guy right here. He'll give us some nonsense right now. Probably take a hack at Trump. Probably tell us that they're never going to give up the Strait of Hormuz or their nuclear capabilities. Trump's a nut job. That's not what they negotiated. I've not even heard what he said, but that's where I'm.
Minister said only they should have any control of the strait. U.S. lawmakers say the back and forth casts further doubt over the prospects for a peace deal.
Well, I just simply don't trust the Iranian leadership, the mullahs, to.
And again, these are Republican senators and congressmen that are in a roundabout way telling Trump, hit the gas.
This guy's been a problem, though, with Trump.
To their commitments. We're already seeing it.
That deal could also.
Sounds like Forrest Gump. Just going to let you know, man, we already got problems over there. Don't know what we're going to do, Sergeant Dan, other than maybe blow them up.
Iranian leadership, the mullahs, to live up to their commitments. We're already seeing it.
That deal could also be
Bubba.
I know.
That sounds exactly
we're
like
in the shrimping business, Sergeant Dan.
by further clashes between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah rejected a framework for peace signed by Israel and Lebanon on Friday.
Oh, hold on. Did it say Israel rejected it? Hold on, let me just read it.
And Hezbollah rejected a framework for peace signed by Israel and Lebanon on Friday.
All right, so Hezbollah.
Hezbollah's a terrorist organization.
Hezbollah rejected it, but Lebanon and Israel signed something. It's a big deal.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he is sending a delegation to Washington soon to advocate for Israel's security interests regarding the U.S.-Iran deal. Jericho?
Oh, you mean you're finally going to try to get in lockstep with us, Israel? And there have been a lot of times where we've had a deal, then you guys blow up whatever the hell? And it causes the irate, the stinky bastards to be all upset, and then they say no deal.
And Aaron,
I think all of us would be. Lummy, look, this is a miniature version of my podcast.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I mean, if it's good enough for CBS News, it's good enough for your man cave in your basement.
And President Trump this weekend posted pictures of himself on a new U.S. passport. Is this supposed to replace the regular ones?
I don't even know about New York. Lummy, my passport from 15 years ago is expired.
Yeah, mine too.
The short answer is no. This is a limited version from the State Department.
To let you know, you can get a Trump passport for $14.99. That's $1,499. It's got my picture on the front of it.
Commemorate America 250. They are making 25,000 copies, and you can only get them in person at the Washington Passport Office.
But at the Washington Passport Office.
That's cool.
Let's follow the trend of President Trump looking to make his mark from his unsuccessful push to.
I'm going to tell you something. Unfortunately, we live in a country where, let's say you go out and get one of these Donald Trump, passports, right? Well, when Jay, hell, you probably use your passport more than any human being that I know due to the fact that you own a home in a foreign country and travel there, I don't know, what, 8 to 10 times a year?
A few times, for sure.
And so that requires presenting your passport, correct?
Yeah. Well, global entry, you don't have to anymore. You just walk through and cameras get your face, and I haven't had to show my passport in quite some time.
Oh,
now,
really?
when I go to Mexico, I show it, and when I go to Costa Rica, I show it. And so I wonder how it would be
What I'm
received.
saying is, like, if right, because not everybody likes Donald Trump.
Nope.
And so if you're going into a country and the agent that you get, as well as I do, a lot of it has to do with just what type of day or person you have as your customs agent. And if they're having a bad day, or they don't like the way you look, or they think your hat's stupid, or you're too fat, or whatever the hell is whatever, they can make life a little bit tougher on you. So let's say some Costa Rican or Mexico or whatever, passport agent, or what is that? What would be considered?
TSA.
Yeah, TSA. They don't like Donald Trump. They think he's an asshole. And here you come in with your Donald Trump passport that's that's very limited, and you had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get, which shows you how much you like the dude. They can make life. I mean, can't customs make life a little? They can go through your entire luggage.
Yes.
They can go through. They can pat you down. They can ask you.
They can detain you.
They can ask you all types of questions. They're like, "Oh, I own a house here. Oh, you do. What's the address? 123 Main Street. Oh, okay. I mean, like they can just.
I'm just thinking the Sinaloa trip. It's one of the hottest spots in the world where it's a do not travel zone. The Sinaloa drug cartel has been keyed, identified, targeted by their Mexican president, our president, and so the last place I'm doing anything Trump is Mexico, let alone a Mexico immigration and customs official.
Yeah,
I'm not giving them, hey, Trump 250 with my MAGA hat.
Yeah, walk in there with Make America Great Again with your Trump watch, your Trump passport, your Trump hat, and they're going to be like, sir, can you come over here to this special screening room?
The Trump line.
We got a couple questions to ask you, buddy. Next thing you know, Steve and everybody and Dan, they're all on their way to the resort, and you're over there getting trumped out. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
fix his name to the Kennedy Center to his planned redevelopment of the East Potomac Golf Links in order for the public golf course to host, quote, major golf tournaments.
I don't know, man. You guys said 6 months. This could take 6 months. I mean, that takes us to Christmas. I mean, right?
Yeah, that would.
I mean, I think that I think that if that happens, if this Iranian absolute crap storm is continuing through Christmas, that the Republicans are going to get killed in the midterms. They're just going to get killed they're going to get killed in the midterms because the media is going to kill Trump. And we need some type of resolve on this, or I just don't think it's good. It's not good for us. And I don't know that they even understand anything other than, shock and awe. Shooting them, bombing them, killing them. I don't know that anything else works. I don't think that pulling out is an option at this point. We're pregnant. We're pregnant with this kid. We have to have the kid.
It's pulling out after you've done the biz. Not going to make a difference.
Yes, it is. No, it's not.
We rudely interrupt the rhetoric to let you know the following. Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Dump and run doesn't work at that point.
Yeah.
Happy Jasper. Every now and then I get one. Not often.
On the phone,
Kenny F. and Powers, good morning. For all you over there on Rumble, I didn't see it earlier. What up, Real Riz His, Jonesy 869. Good morning, everybody.
Daytona Beach police say this man, Jermaine Long, walked up and slashed that boy in the throat.
What's up, Black Guy in Cali?
Rap sheet of violent crime. 13-year-old Sullivan Clark recalls that moment he was attacked.
On the phone? I was
People in Venezuela do love Trump. I know that from Danny's in-laws. They call me all the time about. One in particular calls me all the time about it. What up, Brooke McGroin? That can't be real. Is that your real name?
on the phone. I was
Broke McGraw. Broke. I thought it was Brooke. What a dumbass I am. Ghosted profiles passed. Good morning. I thought I saw Dark Match in there. What up, Dark Match? That guy in Cali. Daltart. What up, Permagram? Shaka right back at you, buddy. No, I hope he's working his pull-out game a little better. We don't need another little Dan running around.
Who do you hold most culpable for the state of affairs involving Black America at this point?
You are, Grouper Lips. Pat my groin is better? I like that one. Seriously, that's even better.
Leadership on the federal level, starting with President
About Jerk
Trump.
me off.
And then I think the second part of it is that we...
Yeah, I'm not going to get that one again there,
hold
Grouper
it to
Lips.
hold the elected officials
Good morning, Dark
accountable.
Match.
You can't just come in our communities and tell us things that we want to hear. We got to make sure that when we elect you, particularly Black women, who is the backbone of the Democratic Party, we got to make sure that we hold them accountable, and not just Democrats. We got to get into those rooms where
Kenny Kilmer.
I'm not sure exactly
That's a good. I heard that one before.
willing to blame Trump. Whether it's
You know what's interesting, Jonesy, is when you look at the World Cup fans, the world really doesn't have a bad opinion of us when they see us. They get it from the left-leaning mainstream media around the world.
now and doing exactly.
Oh, I like the Dustin one. That's good.
Brother, you know, like feeding into the very same people.
That's a great one.
My house in Philadelphia.
What up, Chub It Up Spice? How many of you love seeing those guys, Jonesy? The people who are from Europe just like blown away by something as simple as like Waffle House, Sam's Club.
Yeah, but that's
They're
really not.
urging
You
you
can't
to
just pull up to someone's driveway and use their charger. You didn't even ask for
You know, I'm
permission.
almost into
Maybe
soccer and then I realize it sucks. I try to like it, but when I watch a 0-0 game and everyone's like, oh, what a great game. Man, I want to like it.
Put a bet on it,
Oh, God. I couldn't even imagine.
What's the spread? Half a
What's-
point.
Half a point.
And then if they tie, it's like
I never
You
understood
lose.
the tie thing. Some of these guys that we surf with in Mexico, they're huge soccer fans, football fans. And they make us watch it there, and they're like, there was a 0-0 game, and they're like, that was awesome. I'm like, you guys, it's impossible to say a 0-0 was awesome. Oh, fuck that, dude. I see the battle. The slide kicks is
I was
amazing.
the first senator to ever march in this parade.
how the refs just sold it every year. They
I'm
believe
so
it.
glad they actually have replays now. And they say no touching the guys on the ground, like writhing in pain.
As the guys on a stretcher.
Yeah. We want to like it. Pity had this thing. Do you think that if in our culture soccer was really important, that our athletes in the United States would dominate soccer? He says yes. I think he's probably right. It's just not like our NFL players. You know, I mean, can you imagine the size and speed of the players we could have if they like grew up on the culture of soccer? You know, the thing is, in a third world country, all you need is a soccer ball and a field. There's no equipment. That's why they're so good. They've been playing soccer in Costa Rica.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Power Pick. Oh.
Should hit these
with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously
through his bizarre world. Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay in with us, I think till we're done.
Yeah.
Danny had like a super long, very very, very had to be at the hospital early procedure today. And he responsibly gathered everybody up, said Jay will be there for me. And here it is. Now, I've been waiting in fear that it's not true. Not that I didn't. I should have done my due diligence or maybe just asked you to look it up for me. But I didn't. I couldn't really believe that Floyd Mayweather, is it Jr. or is he just Floyd Mayweather?
Jr.
Floyd Mayweather Jr. was really having money issues and is damn near broke and looking to file bankruptcy. I think isn't he the most successful, highest grossing boxer of all time by like 3?
Yes, and he's 50-0. 50-0.
Yeah, 50-0. And at one time worth what? $600-700 million?
Oh God. I would say so.
But when I got a real non-AI, it's been validated to be Dana White commentary about Floyd Mayweather having money issues, then it looks like he's really having money issues.
Says that he was the 6th highest paid athlete of all time with his income and inflation adjusted to $1.2 billion.
And
he made $1.2 billion.
So his money problems are real?
Yep.
We're seeing so many headlines with Floyd Mayweather Jr. losing like $170 million. Just your opinion on that?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And
if you got any follow up to this, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it looks like it's real.
That's a tough one, and I've talked to him about it.
I mean, just his car collection. It's my understanding that he had, like a $200 or $300 million car collection. Why wouldn't you just start selling that?
Well, your house is worth $6, and your cars are worth $3. And I don't know. You owe other people he's a big time. I believe he, like Dana White, really enjoys Vegas and gambling. I believe.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of schemes by associates draining his accounts and pawning jewelry.
I believe that too.
I mean, just this watch. Now, Jay, you're a watch guy. Not that you know what that is, but that looks
$250,000 to $500,000 all day long.
Yeah, so
without looking at it.
It could be probably up to $500,000 on his wrist.
For sure, just in the diamonds alone. Look at the yellow and the white diamonds.
I don't understand how you can have money problems when you still have assets like this, right?
Because unfortunately, when you're in a liquidation phase, a $500,000 watch is not worth that to someone who's starving. They get $250, so you get like 50 cents on the dollar for everything. So he's never going to get what he paid for anything.
About it, hear all these different stories. I think you have to wait to see how this thing's going to play out.
And that's kind of how it's been with me. I've heard all the stories, but I'm like, I don't know what's true, what's been overhyped, and how it's going to play out. But I think.
$175 million is what he's seeking in a lawsuit against his former investment manager, real estate advisor, and damages.
What's it put is he in trouble? Like, is he going to lose his house? Is he going to?
He also has another $340 million claim in California. So it looks like he still has a couple $100 million, but he owes a lot of people a lot of money.
That's $500 million he's suing people that he alleges stole from him. Can you imagine?
High interest. He owes like $54 million at high interest on foreclosed commercial properties that he didn't know were being foreclosed upon.
But when somebody works as hard as he did and amasses the type of wealth that he had, and then they lose it or it gets stolen or whatever the deal is, it's horrible, and it happens a lot in professional sports. Who knows?
Mike Tyson.
Anything is possible. Maybe we could do something and figure it out.
Yeah,
for him.
Mike Tyson. I think there's also a lot within the Floyd Mayweather and the Mike Tyson, those type of deals, and the Bubba Clems, where you just lived beyond your means, and you had to have that plane, and you had to have those 2 Tigers, and you had to have, instead of 1 McLaren, you had to have 7. And, can you send me a maybe a screen or a news story on Floyd Mayweather's car collection alone, because I got a car expert here.
Yes.
And
he's got $7 million in IRS liens.
What's that?
He has $7 million in IRS liens.
$7 million in IRS liens.
Yes.
Well, that ain't nothing. I mean, he probably has that in jewelry alone.
Yeah. But they said it could be up to, what I'm reading now, it looks like it could be up to $65 million plus. And I'm trying to find his car collection. A list of it.
They say it's worth $40 million. Looks found it.
So, I mean, okay. I mean,
which is an amazing car collection, but it's a drop in the bucket when you have $500,000 and $500 million in the street.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's just, I mean, it doesn't make sense to hold on to that when you have all of that still on the streets. And, again, it's not, you're talking about some really, really powerful people that you owe money to, like the IRS. And trust me, I know that ain't no fun. And, they're going to eventually come in, look at what your assets. I mean, I think they come in and start assessing your car collection, assessing your jewelry collection. Is this what he's got, Lummy?
That's some of them. Those are his higher end.
All right,
ones.
one of the crown jewels, the rarest, most expensive is a Jay. I don't know what that is.
Koenigsegg,
CCXR,
CCXR, Trevita. A Bugatti Chiron Pure Sport, Bugatti Veyrons, LaFerrari Puerta, which means convertible LaFerrari. All these things are undervalued. The LaFerrari alone is worth $8 million. The Bugatti, that's probably $5 million for that. Pagani Hura is probably worth $3 to $4 million. Aston Martin one of only 77 built, probably right $3 million. That's probably accurate. And then he has a fleet of Rolls Royces, like 20, it says. 20.
Yeah, 20 Rolls Royces.
You don't need 20 Rolls Royces.
Yeah, but you need one, so sell 19.
I agree.
Right?
Yes.
And
if you have my number.
Here we go. Let me. Is this? Here we go. This is.
If you keep going down, it has a list of them.
Okay. That's a Ferrari TDF 599, Aston Martin, SF90.
And at the end of the day, man, okay, let's say you want to be a pimp. Well, then have 3 cars. Have the baddest ass SUV. I'm just saying, like, if his car collection is, did you say 70, Lummy?
100 plus.
100 plus.
Oh, 100 plus.
Yeah, 100
I mean,
plus.
sell 90 of them.
The thing is, Bubba, if you gave me the job of curating his collection, I'd make him so much effing money. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
With an unlimited bank account,
especially
all these cars.
If you're not in a hurry, meaning like you can wait the market out a little bit.
Well, he's like this. Like, for example, this LaFerrari Puerta. He probably got the car for $1 million and a half. It's probably worth $8.5 million.
1.4 million each is what he got them for.
Yeah, they're worth at least, the regular one would just sold for $6 or $8 million. A non-convertible one, very, very rare cars. He's bought all these cars on the low. There's a lot of money that could have been made. The problem is, it sounds like bad handlers.
Well, it sounds like he wants to unload them. And when you say you have no negotiation power, when you got that guy on the other phone that knows you need to get rid of this, so what's worth 8 now he offers you 5, take it or leave it.
Right.
You just left 2.5 on the table. Had you found the right buyer and you're not, Johnny, I have to get rid of this, you tell the IRS, listen, I can get you way more money back if you just give me time on this. I'm the curator. I'm going to sell every one of them, but I'm not going to take the first offer.
Right.
So that, you get 50 cents on the dollar, and, so just give me some time.
They won't do that.
Trust me. I've been trying to get a hold of them for 14 months on my stuff, and my agent got fired. My agent that was messing with me was one of the 96,000 that Joe Biden brought in. And she was one of the 96,000 that Donald Trump fired. And so I have an IRS attorney, and I'm trying to rectify my IRS issues, but I can't. Listen to this, and I'm not kidding. We can't get anybody to. We send certified letters.
So, and you don't love Trump?
And
right now you're thinking, I thought you'd be wearing a MAGA hat for that shit.
I can't. We can't even get. I can't even get.
It may go away one day because of that.
I don't know, but I mean, I can't live my life with this over my head. There's a lot of things I'd want to do, but I can't do it.
We got options. I got about 100 cars, but right here, we like to call this the Sweet 16. Lambo,
Urus.
Ferrari,
488.
488, like Dan used to have.
Yeah, that's a 488 over there. That's a Huracan, or that's an Aventador or
Maybach,
Lamborghini.
Maybach, whatever you want to call it.
Mercedes AMG GT.
Of course. The McLaren.
Oh, it's a McLaren version of it. Okay.
The original McLaren.
See, it's got a Mercedes emblem.
So when he says original McLaren, what's that alone worth, Jay? $3 million?
That's probably worth $2.
Bentley. Rose.
Jeez.
Rose.
Yeah.
The Maybach truck or Maybach truck, whatever you want to call it.
Like when he was going Rolls, you only need one.
Well, the problem with those are you lose money the moment you drive it off the
All
lot.
right, so
There's
those
nothing spectacular. They cost a boatload.
Now,
you never make a money
out
with
of
a
all
Rolls Royce.
the ones that you just saw, how many of those are definitely appreciated? All those Ferraris,
the Ferraris, none of those cars are super impressive, to be honest.
Really?
Those are not the real
The big boy
impressive ones.
4x4. I got options. I don't know what I want to take out tonight. I'm looking. You know what? Today's gonna be a light day. So you know what I'm gonna do? Make things nice and easy. I take this up.
Jeez.
This is what we're gonna do today. I'm gonna head to Girl Collection. I'll see you guys at my strip club.
And again, Jay, you know the IRS sees this sort of stuff, and it doesn't probably bode that well for you.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not a good look.
And then finally, talk about not a good look. Here's just fundamentally something that I got a problem with.
She's an idiot.
So AOC doesn't want people like Apple or Meta or Tesla or, you know, Microsoft or anybody like
Amazon.
that. Amazon. They don't want, did I mention Apple? Mm-hmm. She doesn't want any of these companies to be so large that they are unbelievably successful, turning in hundreds of millions of dollars of profits. She wants the government to regulate that and to whittle down these companies legally under government sanctions, if you will. And isn't that just absolutely fundamentally what our country was built upon? Yes. Capitalism and being able to be like, Jay, if your personal injury office was the size of John Morgan, and then them coming in and say, Jay, you're just a little too big. You just got too many cases. You've marketed it and busted your ass for 30 years to turn your company what it is today. We are going to we're going to take half, or we're going to put you in a whole nother tax bracket because you've made too much money. You've been too successful. I just don't get it.
And she makes the implication that you're doing it somehow deceitfully. There's no way to become a billionaire or a trillionaire without having screwed somebody. Not true.
Their price increases to the chip supply and the data centers.
Yep.
Do you think the CHIPS Act that Congress passed has done enough to help consumers on this topic?
I mean, here's the thing is that...
does all of New York think that the rest of the world owes them a handout? Because you just put 3 Democratic socialists in Congress. Your mayor, Mudami, is a socialist and wants the upper echelon of income earners to pay more. They want to freeze the ability for landlords to charge more for rent. They want free public transit. They want free babysitting, free food. I don't understand. Like, why do rich, ultra-rich Americans have to pay more than their already 39 to 40% tax code? I don't know. I don't get it. It's almost like penalizing you for being successful.
That's exactly right.
I mean, I would say that the CHIPS Act was passed before we saw this huge development in AI.
Oh.
And so the CHIPS Act was really passed before data centers were a thing.
Not true.
Designed to anticipate the huge amount of supply that these centers are sucking up.
And Ram? You have no opinion on them raising the prices on consumers?
Oh.
Because of these data centers, a lot of people's electricity bills are going up, and now your ability to buy laptops, computers, iPads, electronics in general is going to go up because the data centers are sucking up all of our own industrial supply. And
Does she even know what she's talking about?
No.
I don't like to take personal attacks, but she's an idiot. I mean, AOC is an idiot.
Oh,
she's not smart. She doesn't know what she's saying. She does word salad as good as Kamala, but better. The problem
she does, Jay, is she sits up there looking for a sound bite during these congressional and Senate hearings, and that's all. And more often than not, she gets her ass handed to her by the expert that she's interviewing.
And she says things that she can't back up, and no one asks the follow-up question, well, how?
Yep.
So, we're paying in a lot of ways. We are subsidizing the development of a lot of these pieces of these AI data centers.
Really?
Is there something that Congress you think should do to step in and try to thwart some of these, what could be more and more price increases for consumers when it comes to these data centers?
Absolutely. I think we need to be taking a look at the supplies in these markets and making sure that everyday people aren't paying the price over and over and over again. For the privatized profits.
How are everyday people paying for AI-generated companies, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Berkshire? How are we paying for it?
Of these AI companies. I mean, this is the thing, is that they are saying in their private investor calls, and they are so giddy about all the people they're going to put out of work, the thousands of people that they've already...
The only people putting people out of work is radio.
There's no one in a conference room saying we're so giddy to put people out of work. That's what you just said. They're sitting around the giddy talking about all the people that get put out of work. That's such bull crap.
They laid off in Silicon Valley. They're not only cutting out people's jobs right now, they're also jacking up the price that you're paying on your electric bill and now on your laptops. So
not true. I mean, the cost of energy is going up because of the cost of fuel. That has nothing to do with profits that these huge corporations are making. They're gouging us. And Trump's looking into the fact that big oil might be gouging us right now because futures are running about 69 to 70 a barrel compared to 115. Now, when gas was at its highest, futures were trading at 115. Now that future of petroleum and Brent crude are down into the 69 to 71 area, we should literally be seeing about 75 to 80 cents relief at the pump, and we're not. And so Trump last week said he's going to look into big oil, as he should. Now, if she was screaming that, I would be, okay, she's onto something. But saying that Silicon Valley, internet and chip and, companies are having boardroom meetings where they're laughing about how many people they're going to fire, that's not happening. To my knowledge, it's not happening at all. And the reason why fuel prices and grocery prices and everything that's on the rise right now is high is because it costs, diesel fuel to transport these products, whether it's vegetables, food, frozen food, whether it's lime rock for road building base, everything that is on a truck is going to be uniformly more expensive because diesel fuel is $6, $6.50 a gallon in some instances. And, the cost it takes to get that power to your home now is more too, because they're paying more for fuel as well. It's all built around fuel.
Yep.
And energy, more so than semiconductors and boardroom meetings of Fortune 500 companies companies trying to reduce their labor force. You dumb do you even know what the hell? God damn, she looks bug-eyed, does she not?
Wow, yeah.
God. This bitch pisses me off.
And, we still have a little bit of lingering inflation. It's like it's so easy for you to say, oh, look what's happening. It's because of this. No, it's not. There's not a single bit of data behind anything that she says, Bubba. Everything you said's true. And she says it in... I can't believe people like her. She's annoying to me.
I wouldn't have a problem with her if she was on point. If she's like, listen, you know what? The rising fuel costs have caused things to go through the roof, and the power bill that you're paying and the gas prices that you're paying and the amount of money it takes to truck food across America and cars and plastics and stuff like that. We need to look into that. You're correct. You're right. And I would be championing your cause. But you're just a dumb bitch that is just at all times looking for a sound bite. That's exactly what you
There
are.
has to be some action and agreement that we can come to so that everyday people's lives are not being made impossible by this stuff. The problem that we have is that these big companies, they think they are governments. They want to be governments. They want to have totally unchecked power, and I believe that we need to pursue antitrust. We need to break up a lot of these companies that are...
What, you're gonna break up Meta? You're gonna break up Apple? You're gonna break up Tesla? You're gonna break up SpaceX? You're gonna break up Amazon? You're gonna break up, what? That is your governmental way to what? Make what better? That you break up these companies? You idiot.
There's a 2028 superstar.
That's socialism at its absolute fundamental root.
Amen.
Jay, didn't she block an Amazon thing in New York that would have brought thousands of jobs?
Yes.
Lummy, did you see
one of the
that
biggest
Amazon?
there.
Did you see that Amazon building on I-10?
Yeah.
Oh, Jay,
they all came here.
It's 5 stories tall and probably 10 or 15 football fields long. And usually you see these Amazon, down here, these distribution plants, but they're only single. This was 5 floors tall.
It was humongous.
They were going to do all the high-paying administrative jobs in Brooklyn.
Yeah, 25,000 jobs.
25,000 jobs. And she said, we're giving them money. No, they're called tax breaks. You're not giving anything. What you're doing is getting less in order to promote growth.
And how many jobs? First of all, they got to build that 1 zillion square foot facility, which is all your local contractors, your cement workers, your masons, your site prep guys, your people that are delivering your electricity and your well and your sewage, and your people that build parking lots, your electricians, your plumbers, your HVAC guys. First of all the trades come in and are building the building. Then they have to have thousands of workers, and Amazon pays great wages with great benefits. Now you got 1,000, 2,000 people now that have a good job through a reputable company and a pension and health benefits. I can't see. There was that place in Indiana, Lummy, that was trying to attract all the racing industry.
Yeah.
They went in, cleared out a big industrial park in Brownsburg of Indiana, and I think they gave them 10 years free property taxes. And almost from Simpson to Bell to John Force Racing to just all of these places, all navigated out there in this industrial park because they gave them a huge tax break. But each one of them, had to build their building, had to hire local people, and it's just absolutely thriving.
They were estimating it was going to bring in $30 billion in new revenue, and she complained because they gave too many tax credits and that there was no money for schools, firefighters,
$30 billion in new revenue, and she bitches and basically got them to move to Florida.
And 25,000 to 40,000 jobs, as well as that 30 billion annual revenue.
Yeah. What a bitch. And guess what, New York? You got everyone.
She's all yours.
And you got a mayor that's wired like her, and your 3 Congress people that represent you in New York. Now, I don't know about upper New York, Rochester, and that area, but Buffalo. Albany. But for New York City proper, you got 3 woke-ass socialists that are now representing you, along with this bug-eyed bitch in Congress.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Rights, free rent, free bus, free food. It's such bullshit. There is nothing free. You know, Bubba, that's why they lost all the Hollywood things. They got rid of a lot of the tax incentives for all the Hollywood productions. That's why they're going to Atlanta and going to the other states.
And Vancouver and...
Yep. Atlanta's a big hot spot because of that.
Oh, Atlanta's like, they say Hollywood East. And Miami used to be that until, I think it was Rick Scott, in his last couple years of being the governor, turned, remember Ballers with Rock, with The Rock? That was all based out of Miami.
Yep.
And on the last 2 episode years, they moved it to L.A. because Rick Scott took away all the Florida tax film benefits.
I didn't know that.
Yep. They had to build the show around him moving to L.A. And they had to do the last 2 years in L.A. because of they were getting like I forget how much of a tax relief Florida Film Commission gimmick. I'm going to look that up.
North Carolina, too. You know, on real far, Atlanta has some beautiful places, but it's got a problem right now. They do have to clean that place up a bit. Marietta's unbelievable.
It said the production moved its base from Miami to California starting in season 3 because Florida's statewide film and entertainment tax credit program ran out of funding.
Huh.
After receiving $6.7 million in local tax credits for earlier season, HBO producers stated that the lack of production subsidies made filming continuous in South Florida too expensive. The show relocated to California after being conditionally approved for an $8.3 million tax credit from California.
Rick Scott.
You know, it's the short-sightedness of not realizing what that generates. All the people that come to do the production, all the people that work here because of it, the crown jewel. I mean, Miami looked amazing on that show.
Yeah.
It looked like the best place in the world to go rage. What up, Thuggish Ruggish Nerd? Good morning. I haven't been there in quite some time. I got some really close friends that live there. I used to do some mountain biking up there, firm ground. I mountain biked the Olympic trail with Pitty a couple of times. The Olympic track. Exactly, Berto. See how that works? Goes from one no tax credit back to the other tax credit. Oh, I would love Arkansas. I never did that. Me and my hippie buddy, I have to say my hippie buddy and I, after I graduated law school, we got in his little hard body Nissan with a topper that his mom had to buy for us because we couldn't afford it. Put our bikes and surfboards in there and we drove out west for 4 weeks. It was amazing. We never made it past Arches National Park and had the best time mountain biking. It was incredible. Bentonville, nice. What up, J Law Bronco? Good morning. I still mountain bike some. It's just falling hurts more. Hard body, that's the one. Steve's grumpy old man. I'll never forget it. We did Crested Butte in Colorado. We stayed there for 17 days, I think, at the side of a river. No campsite. I think my most miles I put in a year mountain biking was like 2,700.
Strange Clouds Vapor and Smoke Shop, your one-stop destination for all the good stuff. They've got Nick Vapes, delicious edibles and THC products. Also a wide selection of Kratom and Kava, killer glass pipe selection, and fresh incense to set the mood, all at the best prices. Full Kratom and Kava bars and relaxing lounges located at each one of their locations. Bay Pines, Largo, Clearwater, Palm Harbor. Mention Bubba Army and get 15% off your entire purchase. Strange Clouds Vapor and Smoke Shop. Come get lifted on good vibes. 4 locations serving the Tampa Bay area or online at shopstrangeclouds.com.
Due to the miracle of modern technology, we're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Monday, June 29, 2026, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Jay with us the entire show. Dan had a prior engagement that he couldn't get out of, which you know is pretty important when Dan can't hear himself on the radio and market himself accordingly. So Jay came in. Jay, appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Know how busy you are. Know you're preparing for a lot of things. Got a lot of important stuff in the horizon.
I've had some busy weeks and got another one this week.
Maybe they've in Texas. The mindset is now you can stab people. You can maybe if you don't get your way, maybe you can stab people now. Maybe that's the message in this Carmelo Anthony.
Dark Match Steve gifted 10 memberships.
Thank you, Dark Match Steve. How are you, my friend?
Can I get one of those, Lummy, so I can comment?
Well, you don't have one?
No.
Lummy will get you set up.
I don't have no control of it. You got to pay the $5.
No, but
we're not allowed to just gift it.
We're not?
No.
But what if you give him moderator status? If he's a moderator, then does that automatically make you a sub? Will you look into that?
It does make you a sub, but you can comment.
I can comment? Well, that's easy.
Yeah, so we'll do that for you.
Nice.
And you can be a moderator, too, if somebody pisses you off.
Nice.
Is Dan a moderator, Lummy?
I don't think he can make
yes,
him.
Yeah, no,
I was going to say Dan.
That's too late. Dan is one.
Is that why he gets to comment and I don't?
Yeah.
But listen.
See that? Now we got a little bit of heat.
Well, no, we're going to fix that, my friend.
I'm just kidding.
Lummy will fix it.
Just kidding.
Lummy's going to fix it. Lummy will fix it.
Well, listen, Dr. Dan
if you got a problem,
is a squeaky wheel. And
if you got a problem, I'll solve it. Watch Lummy as he quickly resolves it.
I'm not a squeaky wheel, and Danny is. That's the truth.
Oh, he's not a squeaky wheel. He's a absolute bearings going out. He's not a squeaky wheel. He's got my wheel bearing is getting ready. The bearings are on fire right now, getting ready to lock up. So in Texas, this guy is denied tobacco. I think that you got to be 21 to buy tobacco products in most states now. This guy, I think he's 18, and he wants his cigarettes or his Black and Milds or whatever. And when a San Antonio-based clerk tells them no, sir, I know he stabbed her. I don't know if he killed her.
Regular customers of the Classic Mart family business in the medical center area say they're sharing the heartache of a vicious attack of senseless violence overnight. Police say a 25-year-old store clerk was stabbed to death when...
So she's 25. And, I don't know if it's he. And the store clerk is 25 and gets stabbed to death.
He refused to sell a 99-cent tobacco product to an underage customer. Sue Cowberg talked with plenty of people who say,
man, today's society of kids, if you don't get your way, that's just not an option. No is not an option. It's just not an option.
They are still in shock.
Witnesses are telling us they can't believe how ridiculous.
We got Grandma out doing news reports?
I was going to say.
My Lord.
Wow.
This is. They say a man was stabbed to death because he refused to sell a 99.
So I'm at the races on Saturday night in Lake City at Alltech Speedway. And it absolutely, usually when I go to the races, I'm in the tower being the race director. And, I can see within my peripheral view of the people that are sitting in front of me and a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. But I'm not really paying attention to people, the audience there that are there watching dirt racing. I'm more paying attention to what's happening on the track because I got to, the race director kind of is the official scorekeeper and referee of the race. So if a guy, hits another guy in the quarter panel and spins him out, of course, that guy goes to the rear of the guy that got spun out, gets his spot back. If somebody jumps the green, there's just all types of rulings that I have to make as the race director. So I really don't have a good chance to people watch, so to speak, because I gotta pay attention to what's on the track. So this past Saturday night, I had an opportunity to people watch, and you wouldn't believe, because people were smoking regular cigarettes too. But I bet you 40%, and the place was really, really well attended. It had a good crowd. They had a 10,000 to win, 604 late model race. Tyler started 9th, finished 9th. The track rubbered up. There was no passing. It was horrible. And so, but I bet you, I'm not exaggerating. Eric and I sat there and be like, oh my God, it is absolutely an epidemic of people that are vaping. Like, I'd be willing to say, conservatively, 30 to 40% of the audience vaped.
Tobacco or marijuana?
Don't know.
Well, I could sort of tell by the size of the cloud. The big giant clouds are typically the tobacco. The smaller clouds are oftentimes a THC type of pancake.
Well, I would say then it was 50-50.
Really? In public?
In public. Wow. 50-50 on the cloud size. So, but I would say at least 30 and maybe 40% of everybody was vaping. And I'm like, oh, wow. I've never seen so many people vaping. And I was just like, my God, this is really a bad thing. This vaping. Because here's the thing. You don't know what they're mixing in that nicotine and or THC product. When you smoke a cigarette, you kind of know what you're getting. But when you're vaping nicotine, I don't know what the binding agents necessarily are and how healthy they are for you. And when you're vaping, weed, THC, you smoke a joint, you do a gummy, you pretty much probably kind of have a general idea. But when you vape THC, I guess in order to be able to deliver it and via a juice that you can vape, there's got to be a lot of byproducts and stuff that might not be very good for you. I've heard that vaping is far worse than smoking a joint or a cigarette.
Yeah, they said the chemicals they put in it are horrible for you.
Jeff Schwartz said, I quit smoking cigarettes exactly 1 month ago, and now I vape. Jeff, you might want to do some research into what you're vaping.
Or even move on to Zyn type things, because from what I understand, the Zyns, I'm just learning this. I asked my son about it.
I guess they're very popular.
Well, he's like, would you be mad at me if I gave Uncle Dan a tin of Zyns? And I said, well, tell me about it. And I said, is it like you're going to get cancer in your thing? He's like, there's a non-cancerous mechanism of disbursement now. And so I would say to anyone who's trying to get off of cigarettes, great. If vapes help you get there, great. Look into the new type of Zyn, nicotine distribution mechanisms. There's a lot of different ones, and from what I understand, it's a non-cancerous thing. So, yeah, Trey at the next family event's going to give Dan a pack of Zyns because he's like, it smells and girls don't like it, and it's so bad for him, and I just don't see how unhealthy it is. And I said, son, yeah, you do that.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I'm catching some heat saying you don't know what you're talking about. Bubba, it's not a bad thing. You just don't understand it. You haven't been exposed to it enough.
It's getting better.
I'm not saying that it's vaping's better or worse? I don't understand it, but everybody's doing it. And I would just hope that everybody that's doing it looks into it so that it potentially, is at least the same of what you're doing when it comes to smoking a cigarette, or maybe, possibly doing like a Zen pouch, especially if you're trying to get off cigarettes. Like if, the actual smoking of them is just becoming less and less sociably acceptable.
Yep.
So vaping is better, yes, but maybe the Zens are even better than that.
I was a smoker, Bubba. I was packing a half a day. Last thing before I went to bed. First thing when I woke up, go to a meal with your friends and order your meal, and then get up like a rude son of a bitch and go outside and have a cigarette, and then come back in and stink the whole table up. And so I've done it. I was a smoker. The smoker that went to 7-Eleven, and no matter what shift it was, they knew my brand. That's when I knew I had a problem.
Marlboro Lights.
I was smoking in my cars. I was smoking in my house. I was smoking everywhere. So when I say these things, I come from you as a smoker. I had to quit. I did it cold turkey. It was the only way it worked for me.
It's been well over 10 years.
2004.
Yeah.
2004. 22 years.
Yeah.
22 years. And I was literally a pack and a half a day smoker. And what did it was, what's the Johnny Carson? He got emphysema and died in his early 70s. And like, you can have all the money in the world. You can't buy lungs.
No,
you
can't.
Cannot replace your lungs. And so here's a guy retiring on the top of the world, has all the money in the world, dead, emphysema, lungs, terrible.
Luke Danielson, 2 packs of Marlboro Reds. Is that currently, Luke? Is that currently, Bud? Man.
Yeah, I was packing a half.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it to take somebody's life over something like so small and spend the rest of your life in jail. It's not.
It's sad. It's sad. Real sad.
I was like, oh my God.
Now, are we going to get into the bad guy that killed the person is black and the worker maybe what ethnicity? Are we going to get into that? Or
his name is, the worker was Sanan Hamad Faisal al-Razik.
Okay. Muslims don't matter.
Regulars say the family.
No, I'm not. That's not my official.
This kid's official position.
That's not my official position, but it seems like nobody's making a big deal about this now.
Of course
are they?
not.
Family who runs the Classic Mart came from Jordan to build a new life.
They are.
And you know what? The guy that got killed was probably an owner, or at least related to the owner, busting his ass, working behind the counter of a convenience store because it's the family business. And, he does the right thing by telling this person under the age of 21 that you can't buy cigarettes or a Black and Mild or whatever you're trying to buy. And this guy fatally stabs him to death.
The American dream, really.
It's a dream that died around 1 a.m. when police say an angry young man attacked the 25-year-old clerk for refusing to sell him a tobacco product because he wasn't old enough.
Lose his life for doing his job.
Yeah, I mean, you could get... If the state of Texas saw that you're selling to underage kids, you're in trouble. And if you tell the underage kid no, you get killed and stabbed to death. I'm just selling them to him. Unless I got my gun with me.
Tragedy.
He's a baby. He hasn't even lived.
Police say the victim's family saw the attack on a surveillance camera, saw the suspect run away, and called for help immediately, but it was too late. Investigators say the suspect surrendered to police hours later after a standoff at an apartment complex across the street.
Bubba, the family witnessed it. They watched it. If you go
on
back...
surveillance, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if they were watching real-time surveillance and then they saw it happen, went down to the store to render help. It was too late to save the guy, but it said, yeah, they watched it as it was happening.
Victim hasn't been released yet.
What do you mean hasn't been released? Like, there should be no bond. Like, there should be no release.
Yeah.
Learn more about the charges and the bond in this especially sad case. We will share it.
Thanks, Grandma.
In Northwest San Antonio.
Thanks.
Big E, $25.
Thank you, Big E. Appreciate what you did for me, too, on the computer. Whew. So this couple here, man, like a lot of people we know, did the IVF deal. And Jay, is that where like they take the man's sperm, they take an egg that they've harvested out of the woman, because, for whatever reason, you just can't get pregnant or you just can't get it to take. They make it outside the woman's body using the male sperm and the woman's egg. So it's, it's the kid's yours. The kid is, got the mom's egg and the dad's sperm. So the kid's yours. They then implant it into the woman when they know it's going to take, and the woman carries it to term.
Yep.
I think that's what. And it's very expensive, is it not? It's like what? I think it's like $100,000 or something.
I want to say maybe it's more like 50 now, but I mean, I think it was that expensive. But still, 50 grand. Who's got 50 grand to just? I mean, that's not easy.
Who's got 50 grand just to throw an egg up into a girl? And so they have this procedure. They have the baby. She carries the baby, and then they get to good news. I think the baby's black. I think she pops out a black baby.
Yeah, it was. They sued.
And now they've fallen in love with the black baby.
Yeah.
And they're like, we love the black baby, but the black baby's not theirs, meaning like DNA and genealogically or whatever. It's not the people that implanted the egg got it messed up with somebody else's, an African-American couple, and they put the African-American couple's egg and fertilized egg into the white girl.
This morning, a custody agreement and an IVF mix-up.
By the way, let me tell you in the left channel, so for those scoring at home, it's not us, it's them.
Left parents confused and the fate of a little girl in limbo.
The parties have in person agreed to all of those terms.
Now we're on the right channel.
According to court documents, Tiffany Score and Stephen Mills will keep permanent custody of their daughter Shay after reaching an agreement with the baby's biological parents. The couple discovering they weren't genetically related to Shay after giving birth to the little girl who was not white.
Tiffany underwent a C-section, and it was a very difficult birth. But ultimately,
as soon as that popped out, I'd be like, what? What has happened?
I thought it was supposed to be purple, and then it didn't turn.
The circulation, I understand they come out a little dark, but they had to get circularized, and then, it's my baby.
No babies come out normal color.
A little girl who, much to their surprise, had a very different appearance than what they had expected. It became very apparent.
And here's the deal, man. I don't even know if I'm falling in love with that baby. I'm saying, listen, whoa, we obviously need to hit the brakes here. We got a problem from like the minute this baby comes up and starts coloring out, meaning starts getting circulation, and you can find out what it is. I'm like, man, I don't even want to take this baby home because I'm going to fall in love with it. It's like a rescue dog. It may be a mutt. It may look, but man, the minute you spend a couple nights with it, then you love that damn dog. And it's hard to give that dog back. Well, I would just leave this baby at the hospital and say, we're not even going to take this baby home because the minute that it starts, because we're going to fall in love with it.
What about your wife at the point? She may say, I carried this thing for 9 months.
Well, you
and I
carried
love
the
it.
wrong one. And somebody carried our kid. We got to find out immediately. There's a big Zoinksville going on here, honey. We can't take this baby home because you're going to immediately fall in love with it. The minute it gets on the teat and starts nursing, you're going to bond with this baby. It's the cutest little thing, but it's not our baby. We got this baby needs to go back to its rightful owners.
So you just want to leave it there? Just
leave it.
Like at the firehouse?
Yeah, well, no, leave it at the hospital where it can get proper care and everything. But we need to find our baby immediately.
So was it half his?
No.
And it's just all, there's none of his DNA in it whatsoever. It's zero DNA.
They took the egg that had already been fertilized by an African-American couple and put the black egg and black sperm into the white girl, and the white girl had their baby.
Boy, is that a lawsuit.
A short period of time.
Oh, yeah.
Kidding me?
On this case, Jay, they're lawyered up.
The place went bankrupt.
So the place went bankrupt.
That's in Jacksonville.
The child
an insurance policy.
Here we go.
They had born was not their child.
The couple went through IVF with an Orlando clinic, implanting what they thought was one of their embryos. Genetic tests ultimately confirmed they were not Shay's parents.
Shay is an absolutely beautiful little girl. They fell in love with.
And then Jay, they had to go and get a hold of the rightful owners and say, hey.
Oh, they did?
The rightful owners gave them custody of this baby.
That's the right
So they're
way to
going to
do
be
it.
able to raise this baby, but I don't know if they ever found out who had their baby.
The couple filing a lawsuit against the fertility clinic and the doctor. The clinic saying in a January statement, "We will continue to assist in any way that we can, regardless of the outcome of the investigation." Genetic testing is now being done on another embryo of theirs.
This remaining embryo, and that is resolved to the point that we now have it. We plan on testing it.
Attorneys requesting the case remain open until that is complete, which could take about 6 weeks.
But where's their baby?
2 locations closed.
Yeah.
The identity of
Probably thrown out. Probably when they were, doing the good old midnight move, Lummy, the Baltimore Colts type Mayflower move. They probably threw all the embryos in the garbage.
Yeah.
Shay's biological
Sorry.
parents is being kept confidential. Tiffany and Steven say that while they will raise Shay as their own, they intend to continue to foster a relationship of friendship and trust with her biological parents.
That's
Lionel
really
Williams,
beautiful.
ABC News.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Until her biological parents see how beautiful of a little girl she becomes and they want it back.
The biological parents have a lawsuit too. Both of the parents have a really good
They really
lawsuits.
don't have any lawsuit because they boarded up, but they shuttered and filed bankruptcy. At that point, Jay,
There's probably a policy from before they went bankrupt. Oftentimes.
Yeah, but is the insurance company going to fight you on that?
No. There's usually a claims-made policy. The policies last until the claim's made. So I would suspect a medical facility like this is required to have minimum levels of insurance, and there should be something there.
I think they got $5 billion.
No.
Million.
Yeah, the kid might be smart. It looks like it's a 100% South Asian.
Oh,
it's an Asian kid.
Where's my kid though? Where's my 100% white kid at?
Well,
who had that kid?
It's in the trash.
Or did that kid get thrown in the trash? Megyn Kelly reacts to Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, by the way, just like Howard Stern, takes off the entire summer. He gets all of, I think, July and August off. I think Jimmy Kimmel gets all of July and August, and he's putting in, I think Jelly Roll is a guest host, and then he just announced this guest host last week, and Megyn Kelly breaks it down. And wait till you see who one of his guest hosts is. I'll do that next.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
When you're gone.
Yeah, that's true. Hire her.
No one's going to steal his job on that list, Bubba.
Oh, do you have the list of people, I guess, that are...
No, can you send it to me?
Yeah. Come on. Click on it. Cocksucker.
Send me your pictures, guys. Pics. Send Bubba. The address is send your pics to bubarmypics@gmail.com. I need your pics, guys. I need to go through my pics, Lummy.
Yeah, when you see the Bubba pics.
Is it? You got it yet?
I just sent it to you. You just scroll down, it's like a list of 5. No, up a little bit. It's right. Keep going. I mean, you can go there if you want. It was right above his the video. See Anthony Anderson, Tiffany Haddish.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, and then
See who haven't said hello. What's up, Rainy, Oklahoma Realtor? Biggie, FJ Barr, how you doing?
thank you very much, Steve, for the membership.
What up, Rainey? Same old, FJ Bar.
What's up, Felix? Good morning, Brady.
Bob Cook.
Bob
How you
Cook.
doing, buddy?
I saw Bob. We saw Bob on this weekend up there.
Yeah.
With Susan P.
Susan's my favorite. I love Susan, waitress. She's so sweet. No, Mitch, my Cayenne. The guy that won Pikes Peak is my buddy, Mitch. Allegra Racing.
I need 100 to get to 1,000 thumbs. Give me 1,000 thumbs, guys. I'm gonna need about 122, which is not impossible for the 40 minutes we're
Super
around.
cool guy. Allegra Motorsports is the team. They got all-time record for sports car Porsche, and then he did it as well. He won Daytona twice. He does historic racing. Super cool guy. And hit the like button, everybody. Let's smash that like button. Where we at? 884.
Here's the bomber.
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge. If you're looking for a Volkswagen or any quality used vehicle, it's Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel. You can get financing as low as 0% APR on new VWs and as low as 1.9 APR on certified pre-owned. Over 200 new VWs in stock. Over 200 used vehicles in stock. You're looking for a specific car or truck or something they don't have? They'll find it for you. Mention Bubba Army, get an additional $1,000 off new or used. No questions asked. Ask for my boy Rolo. For more information, go to VWofWC.com. Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
You know the yentas of The View, when they're freaked out over a potential Democratic candidate, then you know the Democrat or the Democratic Party might be in shambles when you don't have these women co-sign, the Whoopies, the Joy Beharts, and they are completely taken back by the three people that have been that won the Democratic primary on the New York city of New York congressional level. There's three congressional seats that were up, up for grabs. Usually the person that wins the Democratic primary wins the general election, because I can't even tell you the last time there was a Republican that represented California. I mean,
New York.
Yeah. So if you win the Democratic primary, and all three of these, I think, unseated or the incumbent,
yep,
the standard Democratic incumbent that represents or has the ideology of what most regular Democrats in New York have, which is liberal, left, which is fine. The Obama, Bill Clinton type Democrat, not the whack job Democratic socialist that now, like the AOCs and these Ileana Omar and all that, well, they just elected 3 of these people to be potentially be the next, Congress people of New York. And here's the reaction from one of the View girls, and none of the View women can even wrap their head around it.
Well, one of your new candidates, Avila Chevalier, who won last night, wants to abolish the police and all prisons. She was asked 4 times, how would you deal with somebody who committed murder then? What is your plan? And she dodged and didn't answer. She tweeted that Obama is evil, Biden is a rapist and a war criminal, and bleep Kamala Harris. These were not people running on an affordability agenda. These were left-wing extremists that were elected last night.
When you're taking hacks as a Democrat, when you're taking hacks at Barack Obama, when you're taking hacks at that guy, who arguably is your latest and greatest Democratic presidential person to represent your party, Joe Biden's probably pretty much not the best example to use, but certainly Barack Obama.
One of the best political figures in our lifetime ever.
Great dude. Great communicator. Probably
him. I mean, you look at the charisma of like him and Bill Clinton. 2 of the most charismatic, unbelievable political guys, and you have to recognize and respect that.
If you go by just the top 3, you'd go in no certain order: Clinton, Reagan, Obama.
For sure.
As far as
our lifetime,
great communicators, what do they call those? Orators.
Orators. Yep.
Yeah, that most of Americans believed in. Certainly led we were in better financial druthers with those 3. And when you're running for the Democratic Congress seat of New York, and you're talking crap about Barack Obama,
at the expense of moderate Democrats. So a seat that you guys do need to win if you want to take back the House.
I don't like the way she sounds at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
So
but she's not the party. But she's one person.
But that is the point.
Hold on. You know what, ma'am? She represents your district. If you live in New York proper.
Well, then you got that guy from Maine, Plattner, and you got these other people from California and Seattle, and this is happening all over the place.
Yeah.
These candidates that were endorsed by DSA, the Democratic Socialists, were extreme candidates. And I've seen this happen in my party where the extreme right wing takes over and you can't get your party back. I would warn you all, this is very dangerous and it could risk you losing the House.
Yep. That's the thing, Bubba, is the only thing that could save, because of your concern with the midterms and the war being something that is not, I don't believe it's going to resolve before the midterms are over. The only saving grace for the Republican Party is
these nut jobs.
The Democrats out nut job them with these people that are anti-capitalism, pro-socialism, anti-individualism, anti-business rights, anti-private ownership rights.
When you got John Morgan jumping ship, when you got John Morgan, a guy that scratches out $5 million campaign contributions. And you got him jumping off your ship to start a new political party called Common Ground. You need to take a long, hard look at who you're putting in there and put in there some more people that are actually, not extreme woke and weird leftists, but are moderate liberals. And unfortunately, that would just be considered a regular Democrat back in the day. Now you have to be considered a moderate liberal, and you have the extreme left. And so, both parties are being kind of hijacked by extremism. And, it's just, I've never seen so much separation and disdain within political parties. Anyway, we're talking about Jimmy Kimmel, speaking of far left and woke. He now takes 2 months off during the summer months, I guess, to maybe spend with his family or go on vacation.
Vacation.
Whatever. And he's now listed his guest lineup. Each one of these people will be doing a week. Now, is Jelly Roll doing? Somebody said, I thought I saw where it was reported that Jelly Roll might do 2 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6. And I think he's gone 8. So Tiffany Haddish, I don't know who Tiffany Haddish is. Tiffany Haddish kicks off the guest host run of the week starting July 6th. Haddish is a comedian and actress known for Girls Trip and Kiana.
For what?
And she was previously guest host. She's previously guest hosted the show prior. Anthony Anderson follows Haddish, hosting later in July and into August. Anderson is a frequent guest host, having filled in 24 times previously, and is known for Blackish. And,
I know him.
And Hustle and Flow. Ike, was it
Barinholtz?
Barinholtz, first-time guest host this summer, known for Suicide Squad and Blockers. Coleman Domingo. Also a first-time host, appearing the week of July 20th. Domingo is an Emmy-nominated actor with credits including Euphoria and Lincoln. Jelly Roll, rapper and singer, returned as a guest host, known for albums like A Beautiful Disaster and with Still Chapel, I guess. And then finally, your favorite and mine too, not. They should put Roseanne Barr in there.
Oh, no,
I'd love for her to be in there. You know, you got to even it out.
No, that's like a Jelly Roll and Tiffany Haddish.
Roseanne O'Donnell, comedian and longtime public figure, joining as a special guest host. O'Donnell's appearance has drawn attention due to her past political commentary and history with Donald Trump. I don't got a problem with any of that, other than, you know, the audience will determine whether they like it or not. Let's see how the ratings bode, right? Here is Megyn Kelly, which, by the way, I'm a huge Megyn Kelly fan. I really do like her. I also think she's very attractive. Very attractive. I like her Sirius XM show. It turns me on when she uses the F-bomb. I like when hot chicks that used to be had to be so buttoned up and political and not being able to use, you know, the types of words we use as just normal adults when we're not in, you know, on a terrestrial radio station or on legacy TV. I like when Megyn drops the F-bomb a lot. Here is her spin on the Jimmy Kimmel guests.
Hosting for him. It's a litany of left-wing comedians, most of whom you don't know very well because he's worried about his job security, so he's got to find people who are lesser than he is.
Look how good she looks.
Yes, she does.
God, she looks great.
But none more so than the next person I'm going to show you, who actually gave an interview recently to Jim Acosta. And here's what she was saying in this interview. This is a 2-week guest host out of the 2 months for Jimmy Kimmel, SOT 27.
I mean, part of the reason that I left is I never in a million years thought we would put a convicted felon who tried to start an insurrection back in office.
Right.
How did that happen? I don't think it happened. I think Kamala won.
What?
I do.
Interesting.
Now, you can debate whether the 2020 election and Joe Biden stole that. There's now reports that the state of Georgia has absolutely validated that there were a lot of election discrepancies and that indeed Trump may have won Georgia. In fact, I got an article that somebody just got indicted for that. And so you could say the 2020 election potentially might have had a couple bad guys in the woodpile. We don't know what necessarily the correct outcome would have been, because that's all been, you know, obviously the person came in, did their and it doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, it matters because there could have been some illicit activity and some illegal wrongdoing. I have a report for that. But you just can't say that Kamala, she got her ass whipped. There wasn't any of these swing states like you know, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, any of these swing states. Even Texas was in play back in 2020. There were none of these states that were even close. So, like, come on, Rosie. You're not even being intellectually honest. I'll listen to you all day if you make a point that we can argue. But you cannot argue. In fact, this is so absurd. It's the first time that I'm hearing that Kamala could have won the... No. That bitch got her ass kicked fair and square. Exit polls, African Americans, people that should have been voting for her and her base did not trust her and did not vote for her. She got her ass whipped.
And I think that we're going to find all this out. It's going to come out. And I'm not the first person to say this. There are all these researchers who are saying it. I read it online again today.
Oh, wait, she read it online. Then obviously it's true that Trump didn't really win the 2024 election. I was told by some reliable sources that election denialism is wrong and basically makes you an insurrectionist or a supporter. Interesting. Says Jim Acosta, interesting. Another word might be unsupported, made up, invented, but okay, you do you. So Rosie O'Donnell's going to be guest hosting the Jimmy Kimmel.
God, Megan looks great.
The Blind Spot Experience, $10.
Kimmel.
I think from South Bend, Indiana.
Oh, nice.
Show.
I think he's doing some work for my buddy Wags.
And we have real questions about whether Rosie will be offering bits like this speculative questioning she gave to us a year or so ago, and wonder if she's going to be bringing this up to Jimmy's audience, which is ever dwindling.
Well, hey, everybody, it's Friday all day, as my Nana would say. And look what I have on my lip. Everybody's been saying, you have herpes all this time, and I never had a cold sore in my life. And now I have a cold sore. And it makes me think that perhaps this weird pimple that had a tiny little head was a cold sore too. And so I talked to my doctor today, and I did a video telehealth, and they said that it's not a cold sore, it's some reaction to the sun. So I don't know. I will let you know tomorrow.
I don't know how a face like that could have any reaction to the sun.
When's the last time it saw the sun? Really?
Yeah, when's the last time you ever saw the sun? You look like honest to God, a vampire, and an ugly one at that. You might be the world's ugliest vampire.
I do, in fact, have herpes, as some of the taunting from the MAGA people in the last couple of weeks. Hasn't it been fun, ladies and gentlemen, to be standing in direct opposition to everything he is and represents? And always have been. And
Rosie, let it go, honey. Just let it go, babe.
Always will be.
Note to the guests. Don't get too close. Do not do the hello kiss when you arrive on stage. She later confirmed it was indeed a cold sore, i.e. herpes, and she blames MAGA for giving it to her.
Nah, nice. Now, when we talk about...
sorry, I was going to say, I sent you Tiffany Haddish's, like when last time she hosted, if you are curious on what else Jimmy Kimmel has.
From KTLA.
Now, should I just leave it to where it naturally fast forwarded to me? Sure, I should rewind it.
I would rewind it a little bit, I guess, maybe when she opens up.
Oh, we'll probably get a copyright strike.
Well,
you know
actually, ABC, of course.
I'm not even going to play the rest. I've seen enough. I've actually seen enough to know that I'm not be watching.
No reaction videos?
No. Just in fear of getting a copyright strike, and if I get copyright striked, I want it to be a good one. So if John Bolton was, I think, a prosecutor from
mishandling
from the Atlanta area, or maybe even the federal area, John Bolton. And I think he was the one that was really, 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 really trying to get Trump put in jail.
I think he was one of the directors of national intelligence for Trump.
So.
Underneath, he was like he's a war hawk. John Bolton. He's been in the CIA and in the Secret Service forever.
I know he testified trying to get Trump thrown in jail.
100%.
Yeah, I have the receipts. Roll the tape.
And he has committed very serious crimes. This is a devastating indictment. I speak here as an alumnus of the Justice Department myself, because not only is it powerful, it's very narrowly tailored. They didn't throw everything up against the wall to see what would stick. This really is a rifle shot, and I think it should be the end of Donald Trump's political career.
Turns out the only career ending today is his own. It's the ultimate irony, isn't it? The guy who spent months on cable news lecturing us about very serious crimes was sitting on his own little pile of secrets. He was the one playing fast and loose with the nation's most dangerous information.
This morning, just moments ago, John Robert Bolton II
pled guilty in federal court to the unlawful retention of national defense information. According to the
So
term...
he sits up there, says that this needs to be the end of Donald Trump's career while he was doing some very bad stuff to the point where I think he's now federally indicted, and he just pled guilty.
$2.25 million fine.
Is that going to be inclusive to potentially some jail time?
No, it looks like he's going to pay the fine, and that's
Pay
it.
the fine and be on federal probation?
They would have never offered that to
Mr.
Trump.
Bolton
No, here we go.
faces a maximum sentence of up to 5 years in prison, followed by a term of up to 3 years of supervised
So
release.
he didn't get the prison? Are you sure about that?
I'm reading into it. It
Has
looks
to be
like they were
approved, I
talking about plea deal. If he paid the fine, that he might avoid the 5 years. So I'm
So
reading a little
it
bit
might
more.
still be in play?
He hasn't been sentenced yet.
Correct.
He will also
pled
pay
guilty
a
last
fine
week.
of $2.25 million and will forfeit his pension under the HIS Act.
Potentially 5 years in the big house, a $2 million fine, and he loses the pension? That's not a slap on the wrist. That's the government throwing the book at one of their own.
So potentially he could go to. I don't know that it's been a finalized.
No, October 28th is when they'll find out. So it's up to they have options.
Well, I mean, his Jay Diacos and Kevin Hazlett's and Brian the Babyface's dream team that he's put together is trying to go negotiate no jail time.
But it may be like Hunter Biden. Remember when Hunter Biden had that sweetheart deal and the judge says, no, we're not going to do that. You guys are going to trial. So the judge could not accept the plea deal and say, oh, I do accept it, $2.25 million, and you're doing 24 months in jail.
Or, 12 or something, 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're going to do some. And finally, this is the horrific reality of the surrogate industry, a child predator. See, if you're going to be in the child surrogacy, adoption, fostering program, I think you got to know who you're handing this little baby off to. And this is certainly a couple that you would not allow to do business with. Logan Riley and Brandon Keith Mitchell launched a GoFundMe fundraiser, now deleted, to hire a surrogate so that they could obtain a child. So what do they do at that point, Jay? They use one of these two guys' sperms to harvest an egg off of a woman, and then that woman carries the baby to term and hands the baby over to them?
Yep.
And by the way, they started a GoFundMe account because they can't afford it themselves. They expect you to pay for it. Sometime after they took the baby in their home, they shared a video celebrating the baby's first year of life. I feel so sorry to this child who has to be raised by these monsters. I mean, you're ruining a potential young life. The video quickly went viral, and the internet sleuths discovered that Mitchell is a registered Tier 1 sexual offender in the state of Pennsylvania, and he'd been convicted for child sex abuse and possession of child sexual abuse materials. Pray for this innocent little boy's safety and ban surrogacy now. So one of these two, I don't know which of the one, but one of them's a level 1 sexual registered offender.
The guy with the glasses.
This guy right here?
Yeah. The other one's a second grade
Brandon
teacher.
Mitchell is a registered sex offender. He and his partner Logan Riley hired a surrogate so they could obtain a child. Pennsylvania law prevents sexual offenders from adopting children, but not from purchasing them via surrogacy. Child Protective Services should investigate this immediately. I mean, absolutely, you can't let a guy that's a sexual registered sex offender have a kid. You can't. And look at this little kid. He doesn't even know. Oh my God! This makes me like. Is this kid already being touched? And listen.
Well, you have to wipe. It's so.
Yeah.
It's.
You're right. You got to
rearing a child is so intimate, and there's things that you have to do.
You got to wipe their butts and wipe their little wieners and keep everything clean. And it's just, oh my God, you got to have contact with their genitalia in order to be a parent to keep them clean. Well, but you don't. You're not turned on by it. It's just and you don't let anybody else other than family do it.
No.
It looks like they found a loophole, so there's no investigation that can happen.
Oh my God!
Because he was convicted of being a predator as a chemistry teacher in 2016 and was told he couldn't adopt or foster children. Nowhere in the law did it prohibit him having a surrogate.
And they probably didn't use his sperm. They used the other dude's. And since it was the other dude's sperm and another woman's egg, he didn't have much to do with it other than having physical contact and raising a child.
Correct.
DCF should roll up on there if I was in charge of DCF.
I'd say, listen, you two got to get divorced, man, or you got to like this guy cannot be part of this kid's life, period. No way, shape, or form. It makes me sick to my stomach to know that this guy on the right genuinely might be getting aroused while having this type of contact with this kid.
It's like parent cosplay. Let's put these hats on and pretend like, Jesus, man.
All right, enough of the kisses. It's starting to get weird. 1, 2 kisses, that's great, but again, the guy to the right is a registered level 1 child predator, sexual registered guy who had material. I'd hold the other dude responsible too, because you probably knew.
Well, the crazy thing is that they both were teachers, but his partner is still a second grade teacher. So,
I mean, how many kisses are you going to give this kid? Back in a minute. Hold on.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without him.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
I watched a story that made me so sick. So brutal. What up, Rainey?
What's up, Rainey?
I wish I could sleep. That's the one hack I haven't figured out. I like the Rocco Diaco. Thank you for that one. Oh. If I hang around Rocco, I'll get tired? Shit. I wish it were that easy. Rocco's awesome, though. I hung out with Dan's dog yesterday. What a great dog. Have you ever seen like the difference between a German Shepherd and a Belgian Malinois? The videos are crazy. Have you seen it, Rainey? There's one on, there's a couple on YouTube. It shows them where there's a bunch of chairs and the German Shepherd systemically walks around the chairs and figures out the way to get to the bad guy. And the Belgian Malinois dives over all the chairs and just attacks it. It's insane. I know. I wish I could sleep upside down, right side up. I can't sleep anyway. I showed those to Dan yesterday. He hadn't seen them yet. 20 hours a week is not night. Missile Dog is right. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my Vish, he just, all he wants to do is love on me. He's not into anything other than his mother. My sister-in-law, Candle's sister, Chloe, trains those dogs for the attack stuff. She does those attack competitions. It's incredible. She'll put those sleeves on and do that whole deal with them.
Oh, man.
I'm sure it does, Dirch Merchant, but if I lost 40 pounds, I'd disappear. I'm trying to put a little weight on, eat, sleep, and work out. And that, hopefully, the eating and working out part helps me sleep. The stress is a big part. When I'm in Mexico, I sleep much better than I do here, worrying about what's my next day look like.
So, HS Bubba fan?
Believe it or not, Randy, I put 5 pounds on in the last month and a half. I'd love to see that. You have 3 of them, huh? Is that why Danny got one, Grouper Lips? I've been wondering, where did Dan get the idea to get one of those? Does anyone know?
What?
The Malinois, the Belgian Malinois, like, I mean, he went from a Vizsla guy, and the next thing I know, he had this, incredibly gifted attack dog.
He's probably the most vicious dog.
Yeah, what's the coolest dog to own? He chat GPT'd it. What's the coolest dog to own when you're 58 and single?
Exactly.
What dogs do 28-year-old hot
That's
chicks
the
like?
right question, Bubba. You're right.
That still have Facebook.
I always say it. The real thing about AI is the questions you ask. If you don't ask the right questions, you ain't getting the answers. That's the right question for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba was right on that one, guys.
Yeah. What type of dog do 28-year-old chicks on Facebook like?
There's a picture of Danny on the inside cover of the UNC Chapel Hill yearbook when like 1980.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, maybe Dan Magic Mikowski'd himself right out of the full-time slot here. I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing. I love Danny. He's number one on my Diaco chart in some instances, in some subsects. But I kind of enjoy Jay today.
Well,
less stress. It's a as knowledgeable but less stressful delivery than Dan.
You are gonna freak him out.
Oh, I'm not trying. I love Danny.
He's funnier than I am.
But, well, not necessarily.
Yeah, he is.
You're as well read as he, and you just got a more calmer, less stressful delivery mechanism. I kind of liked it. It was way a little yeah, you're a surfer and he's a surgeon.
Well, when he goes away, I'm going to cover here the whole time if it's okay with you.
Yeah,
I'll come in for 4 hours for the days that I'm doing 4 hours for sure. We're getting ready to cover each other this month.
I'll text Dr. Dan right now and say you just Mikowski'd yourself out.
Don't worry about tomorrow.
Yeah, don't worry about tomorrow.
Oh, my God. He would flip out if you go, Dan.
Please don't, guys.
Bubba just told me to tell you that he really enjoyed the whole different vibe that Jay brings to the show, and he'd like to have that, more often than not. So we're going to flip-flop it, and Jay's going to be full-time, and you're going to be part.
Yeah. Just plan on showing up around 9.
We'll see you at 8:30, Dan.
Oh, God. If we did do that, Jay, who would get the first call, you or Steven?
Steven.
Yeah.
He'd call Steven and say, "Guess what, Jay?
Steve, I'm just telling you right now, Jay went in there and mother effed me with Bubba, and now Bubba is making Jay full time. I know, but Jay did it. Just tell you right now. What are you gonna do, Steve? What are you gonna do, Steve? Well, have you called Jay? No, I'm calling him. I'm not calling him for nothing. I'll see him later today.
You gotta have a family meeting. Phones in the fridge.
Yeah. He would flip out. He's fun to mess with. We're not going to change anything, but it is another wrinkle to our potential options, Lummy, of when Dan potentially can't make it. And I need to get with Jennifer and tell her, listen, man, there's probably some stuff that you put on the back burner that Dan needs to do, and the show gets in the way. So don't be afraid to ask for more. When Dan needs some time off, Jay filled in really nice. Like, we really like Jay.
Oh, this is going to freak him out even more.
Please, Bubba, you're killing me already with this core that I'm beating on. I've already got a problem with the core.
I know
now I got
that's tomorrow.
God, dude.
I
got to concentrate this afternoon, man.
Yeah, you do. You got a big day. You got a big week. But this is a good thing for you. Well, not really.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy
him
that
blow you up. Hey, man, what the hell's going on? What did you do? What'd you tell Bubba? What kind of stuff did you tell him?
I hope it shows. I really enjoy being here. I love talking to you guys.
We love. I mean, it's just a whole different vibe. I love it. I really love it.
I love talking current events. When I'm not here, I'm talking to the TV, and my wife's looking at me like I'm crazy. So I really do love being here. And the Bubba Army has been the most incredible support group for my practice forever, no matter what. Yeah. And it's not like just injury cases. I help people with all types of things, but the Bubba Army is the most loyal group of people that I've ever encountered. And they are the nicest people when they become clients, and they're the easiest clients to deal with of any clients I've ever had in my 30 years. Thank you to the Bubba Army. I appreciate you guys more than you know.
When a 16-year-old is told, this is actually Dan, today when I call him and tell him that Jay's going to be kind of a little bit more filling in, here's Dan.
She has all of her stuff down here. She's trying to push me down.
By the way, this girl the parents are doing the right thing. They've taken her phone and her tablet away based on her misbehaving, and this is her reaction. You can't tell a 16-year-old no.
Oh my God! No! I'm getting out of here.
This is Dan leaving the surgery center. Steve chasing him.
Somebody help me! The police are on their way. No!
And listen, somebody help me. Somebody help me. They only took her phone and tablet away.
Your phone and your tablet back. Calm down. Listen, you can have that stuff back.
She's saying you can have it back?
Yeah.
You can have your phone and your tablet back. Your punishment is over with. At this point, I want you to get some help. Okay? You can have that stuff back.
Dan, you can have your shift back. It's not a big deal. Dan, you can have it. Tomorrow at 6, you're going to be okay.
Can you please? Can you please? Let me get my house going. Hang your beating. Okay, all right. He's going home in a couple of days. She put her hands on me. You hit her. I'm done with her. I hate you. Never call me ever again. I'm done. You're cut off. You are cut off. You can have your phone and tablet back if you just go upstairs to your room. I need to go when my Uber is out there. Your Uber. Go tell that Uber to leave. Daddy called it for me.
An Uber?
Daddy called it for me. You're not going to. I don't care. No, I can't do this anymore. Please.
Jay, we'll see you again tomorrow, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Really appreciate you a lot.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter program.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.